Still connected? Ah, it seems. There we go. It would help if I connected the microphone, would it not? I'm all new to this. You'll have to forgive me. Anyway, you obviously didn't hear what I said before, but tonight will be a little bit different. My name is Michizo. I'm taking control, since Michio is currently incapacitated. We'll be continuing Cafe Enchante tonight. It appears we are in Eel's route, and the microphone seems to be functioning. That seems to be great. Game audio is functioning, so I guess we will get right into it. Let's see here. I remember they were going into, or at least from Michio's memories, there was the spirit furnace seemed to be where they were collecting all the energy that the angels use to, I suppose, use their magic in a way. That's what it seems to be. So, we'll go forward from there. Directly below the spirit furnace, where the furnace's blessing rains down his light. Ah, there they are. Beautiful yet inorganic singing voices overlap both high and low at the same time. Obstructing the melody, there's the sound of cracking in the sky. The sky is falling? Is it a simulation? However, to them, this was not an unpleasant noise. It is a desired phenomenon.
そこまで。実験を中断せよ。
Who is that? Oh. It seems that perhaps the computer is talking to us. At the voice's behest, the light vanishes from around the two angels.
やはりお前がいると処理速度が段違いだ。よくぞ戻った。我が半身。断罪の使徒よ。
From fingertips to breaths, blinking, even thoughts. Anything and everything moves as I wish, in the Apostle of Judgment. My beautiful, greatest masterpiece has returned, to being an unparalleled weapon in heaven. With the threads of control once more connected, the owner of the voice sheds a sigh of satisfaction.
神よ、断罪の人の肉体や人格に異常はありましたか？
Abnormalities. God, the being who controls all of Kaon, answers immediately.
ない。万事すべてがかつての状態に戻っている。むしろフォーマットの際に改善を施した。現在はそれすらも完全に削除している。少々命令に手間はかかるようになったが、落ちるリスクは格段に減ったと判断できる。
Well, I have a feeling he will drop. He will drop again. He will fall off the face of the earth, or I guess the face of heaven.
護衛団かと。
This isn't a Otome game after all. From what I've gathered, that seems to be the case.
こちらでもより厳重なプロテクトをかける準備が整っております。
God returns a satisfied affirmation to Solitus, who has superb autonomous decision making.
この個体が落ちたことは完全なる想定外でしたが。
There was an error in his code. It's okay, it happens to the best of
偶
us.
然にも人間界のゲート付近に潜伏していたことにより、我らが計画は確実なものとなりました。あなた様が望む救済と安寧は、当個体とこの断罪の人によってもたらされることでしょう。
さすがは私が直々に生み出した始まりとそれに次ぐ個体。その働きに期待している。
Excuse me.
では、断罪の使徒よ。我が救済への正式なる参入と、この後攻め入ってくるであろう侵入者の断罪を命じる。
必ずや。
Such a dead voice. There's no life in your voice. Yes, we are speaking to God. We are speaking to God currently. He seems to be a bit dry. Oh no, I've hit that button. I must take a drink of water. With the words set into his brain, the Apostle of Judgment accepts the command to eliminate foreign enemies. I could also be referred to as Michi, but unfortunately Michio is down right now. There has been an error in her code. She has some corrupt data. So I have taken over as an updated version. My name is Michizo. Nice to meet you. I suppose you could say I'm a relative of hers. Did I even read this? I can't remember if I read this. I've gotten distracted. With the word set into his brain, the Apostle of Judgment accepts the command to eliminate foreign enemies. As a result of executing these orders, who knows whose blood will be spilled upon him. But even the right to think of this has been removed. As willed by God, he leaves, and uses his wings to glide through the stairless tower.
メンテナンスルームへ向かうぞ。
Oni-chan!
そこでお前の再フォーマットと新
Oni-chan!
たなプロテクトのインストールを行う。
I suppose. I don't think, Oni-chan probably would not be the correct terminology. It'd probably be, I believe Ototo? Ototo. I would be her younger brother, if anything. I'm a later iteration of the code, so. The Apostle of Judgment, the Apostle of Judgment has disappeared before, yet now he exists by my side once more. That was a rhyme. Did you mean to rhyme, Solitus? Maybe he's in an artistic mood. To revivify him, and firmly assess this fact, Solitus notices the lack of response and speaks to him.
こうして再びお前と並び、使命を共にするとはな。お前が不在の時間など、我ら人にとっては、瞬きにも等しいわずかな時間だったが。
He missed his brother. He missed his brother, who apparently who was made to kill other angels. While inexplicable, the observation of that time seemed long. Also, along with that, something like shaking at my feet. Something like shaking at my feet. Also, along with that something like shaking at my feet, there was a strange sense of instability. Am I going crazy, or is it that Hikaru? Oh, indeed, that is Hikaru Midorikawa. If you've tuned into Michio's previous streams, if you remember the cloaked and face-covered assistant to the crazy scientist from the GPM, spoiler alert, that's him, and it is indeed Hikaru Midorikawa. Hikaru Midorikawa, Michio made a comment recently. I'm pulling from Michio's memories, just to remember what we've done so far. But I made a comment somewhat recently that, why is it that there's always any Hikaru Midorikawa character that I've come across recently, it's just awful. They're just awful people. The only character I can think of recently that is not like that, the only character I can think of that is like that recently is Cherry, from Skate the Infinity, Kaoru Sakurayashiki. It's the only character recently that's been like a decent guy. Hikaru Midorikawa is going through a villain arc, it seems. I don't think I was there for that. Yeah, well, the character's shown up a few times throughout different routes, so it just depends on what stream you may or may not have been to. They are just a shitty, suspicious person, yes. Hikaru Midorikawa is facing his villain arc, it seems. That's what appears to me, at least. But now we get to see what was under the cloak, and indeed it was a angel. One of the higher-ranking archangels in the heavenly realm, Kaon. Also, this line here, I'm not sure what to make of this line. Also, along with that, something like shaking at my feet. There's a strange sense of instability. I guess quaking could be referred to as like quaking in his boots. I've never heard it phrased this way before, but perhaps it's uncertainty. We were created at nearly the same time as the two wings of God. This may have caused some slight effect with the presence or absence of the other. However, that malfunction is now gone. Therefore, the Apostle of Judgment must be the same. Here's my bitrate. Is taking...
お前と当個体が連携すれば、必ずや命令は達成できるはず。
The only other character I can think of that's a good person is Marth from Fire Emblem. I have not consumed Fire Emblem, so I cannot testify for that, but at least in recent days, that's the only characters I can think of that Hikaru Midorikawa has done. He's voicing Solitus in this game. He voiced Eichi in Ensemble Stars. He's voiced Eichi in Utapri. He's voiced Ayato from Diabolic Lovers. So, not necessarily the best of characters. I can't remember any other characters though at the moment. I'm sure there's probably a list of other characters that are just as good, but for this particular instance, at least in recent history that I can think of. Hikaru Midorikawa, I can speak his voice just fine today, obviously. Hikaru Midorikawa is going through a villain arc.
特にあの人間、淡き琴音は障害にすらなり得ない。たやすく断罪できるだろう。案ずるな。お前は当個体が二度と。
I shall never let you have emotions ever again. Which is kind of a funny thought, in considering that my programming is meant to help me gain emotions. We are two sides of the same coin. Several hours later, after Epilogi persuades the other fallen angels, we're released from the restraint. Then, he helps us come up with a plan to infiltrate the tower, but after being carried by the fallen angels to the front of the tower extending into the heavens, 3 non-humans look up at it.
というわけで、ものすごく簡単に塔の前に
It's
到
just a
着
matter
した
of
わ
getting
け
in
だ
it now.
けど、敵地とはいえ他人のオタク。それじゃあみんな、行
And
儀
use
よ
full
く
force, absolutely.
全力で。
I don't know much about Marth, but he was in the first game, and he has been a playable character in a few games, so I'm assuming he's a good guy. I would take that too, unless it's a, I guess it wouldn't be the antagonist. Antagonist doesn't necessarily entail that a character is bad so much as just the opposite of whatever the main character is, but perhaps, hopefully he's a good character in comparison to a villainous main character. At the very least, he's likable if he's been around so long.
お邪魔します
Oh, they got very loud there. The 3 regulars of Cafe Enchante let out a powerful and dynamic excuse us, and blast open the door that Epilogi insisted that couldn't be broken, with a loud crash.
なんつう、めちゃくちゃな奴らだな、おい。
Yes, my boys are on another level. You'll have to get used to it, Epilogi. Seeing the wreckage of the door, Epilogi is lost for words, and I can only return a dry smile. But thanks to their crazy strength, we can get inside the tower. Perhaps as a notification of intruders, a shrill alarm sounds out, and many shadows appear on the floor. Those must be the angel guards that Epilogi mentioned. The goal of them as they descend at high speed is unmistakably our elimination.
1、2、3だ、数えんのめんどくせえ。とにかく50体以上は嫌がんな。
I don't think he was a villain, but he does get brainwashed to be on the evil side a few times in Fire Emblem Engage. I see. Oh, was he Roundtaro from DRV3? I'd forgotten about that. It's been so long since I've consumed DRV3, and even still hadn't finished the game. But the Roundtaro, he was only around for a short time, so that would make sense. Though I could see Hikaru Murakawa voicing him. That makes sense.
想定内の数だ。大した問題はない。
おうよ、むしろ物足りねえぐれえだ。じゃあま、軽く一仕事すっかな。
Ignis swings his arm, and at the same time, flames explode to a scale not involving us. The moment it destroys several complicated-looking machines on the floor, the angels stop moving suddenly. At virtually the same time, their gazes in hostility fixate on the culprits, Ignis and Conus next to him.
聞いた通り、通常の天使は内部施設の守護を最優先としているようだな。
それらをぶっ壊しまくれば、勝手に天使どもが寄ってくる。えらく簡単な釣りじゃねえか。
Just bring them to you instead of going after them. Work smarter, not harder. While cutting down fired balls of light, Conus calls to us.
予定通り、飛べぬ我らはこの場にて天使たちの陽動を行う。その隙に、お前たちは天へと昇れ。
Also, he was Akihiko Sanada from P3, which is on your side. I never played P3, I just know he's one of the social links and friends of the MC. I see. I don't know much about Persona. I know perhaps general iconography and maybe some characters if you showed me. The art style is very distinct, so I could probably pick it out, but other than that, I know very little about Persona. The series in itself. He's Seto Kaiba? I feel like recently, unless Kaiba's had multiple voice actors. I remember looking up recently, he was voiced by Kenjiro Suda. Does Kaiba have multiple voice actors? I don't know much about Yu-Gi-Oh! Either.
ヘマすんじゃねえぞ。あの天然バカを無理やりにでもこっちへ引きずり下ろしてこい。
Might be from season 0. I don't know much about Kaiba, but what little I have seen, I could see Hikaru Midorikawa or Kenjiro Suda voicing him. I feel like I would probably enjoy Kenjiro Suda more, though. Thank you. That's right. This is the plan we came up with together. Our goal is, of course, first of all, to find a way to restore Eel's emotions. Beyond that, to release Eel's body and mind from God. So for now, while Ignis and them buy time, we'll search inside the tower. We have to find a facility that relates somehow to Eel's emotions.
オッケー。それじゃあこっちも行こうか。
Come on, Miser. First series for Midorikawa or for Suda? Yeah. While going over the strategy, I cleaned Miser's body. Then along with Epilogue as a guide. Why do I cling to Miser's body? It's not like Miser can fly, so... Okay. Hikaru is Kaiba in the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! Ah, I see. And then Suda took over for the remainder of Kaiba's appearances, perhaps? Or at least the majority of the ongoing afterwards. And it's kind of like how Soyan was... Oh my goodness. Well, Soyan was... Ah, the name immediately left my brain. What's the name? Hokuto. Well, Soyan was Hokuto in Ensemble Stars to begin with, and then was replaced by Mino. I believe he had to go on a hiatus for a while because he did have some throat issues, so unfortunately his role was recast to Mino. For Duel Monsters Onward, yes, I have no clue where that begins, but I will take your word to mean that that is some point later after Season 1 onward. Then along with Epilogue as a guide, we start flying through the tower. Before I knew it, the Cytoconus and everyone on the lower floor vanished.
さすがに高いね。これは天使じゃない俺じゃ登りきるの結構時間かかるかも。
But the goal isn't to get to the very top.
ああ、多分もう少し上に行きゃ壁側にいくつかの部屋が配置されてると思うんだが。
Yes, Hokuto. I did come up with the name. It took me a minute. It was on the tip of my tongue and immediately left me. My Ensemble Stars knowledge is not at the forefront of my memory. I have to pull that from storage to be able to recollect it. Oh, I cannot speak. I can't speak tonight. But yes, indeed it was Hokuto.
エピロギパス
Pasu. Huh? What? Are you going to throw me?
おっと
Why did you throw me, Miser? Without hesitation, Miser throws me. Over to Epilogue flying next to us.
いきなり危ねえな
It
お
is
前何の
dangerous.
つもりで
Don't play hot potato with me, please. I'd appreciate it. I was gonna say Makoto, but that's Shotaro. Yeah, indeed, that is Morikubo. Shotaro Morikubo. I know the voice actors to, I guess, the original core. Switch onward, though, I start getting a little hazy. I know some of them, though. Without answering Epilogue's objections, Miser moves slightly to the side. Then, a sharp trail of killing intent grazes through Miser's robe. Flapping pure white wings appear to block us in.
やはり奇襲の類は通じないか。
Too perceptive. Solotus. The one who broke Eel's emotions. After avoiding his spear's attack, Miser lands atop a magic circle and stares Soltis down.
ミシェル・アレックス、お前の相手は当個体が務めよう。あれには別の命令が施されている。
Miser. Held by Epilogi, I can only call to him in frustration as he flies us to a safe distance. But Miser neither looks this way nor says anything, and simply points a finger upwards. He's... what's the word? It's the standard trope of you have a large friend group and along the way you run into battles. And one friend drops off and says, "We'll hold him off, keep going." And you get to the next blockade and it's, "I'll hold him off, keep going." Miser throws me to the fallen angel and says, "I'll hold him off, keep going." He says to go.
お前が離脱したらジョーちゃんの護衛はどうすんだよ。
And that's your job now, sir. We played hot potato and suddenly the responsibility fell onto you the responsibilities fell onto you as well as my body weight. Despite Epilogi's angry shouts, Miser still directs his gaze up to Solitus.
大丈夫だよ。いると琴音なら。
It'll work out in the end. Our cafe owner is quite, resourceful.
いるの本物の笑顔を知る君なら絶対に大丈夫。
That's a lot of responsibility, Miser. With Miser's words, I harden my determination and nod. Hello, the spirit of Eric. Welcome in. How are you doing tonight? You have quite flashy emotes. I hope you enjoy stream tonight, and I hope you're having a good night. Epilogi, let's go.
ジョーちゃんまで。どうなっても知らねえぞ。とっとと追いついてこいよ、ミシェル。
Come on, Epilogi. You gotta help me out here. Epilogi issues his demand to Miser. Then starts ascending up the tower. The top still out of sight.
"お前たちは不純物だ。当個体、天界、そしてあの断罪の使
I
徒にとって
appreciate your enthusiasm, Eric. But if you would stop spamming the emotes, I would appreciate it. Spamming, spamming, spamming. Let's see here. Eric, I don't want to have to ban you. Please stop spamming the emotes. I appreciate the follow, by the way, Eric. Okay. I appreciate you stopping. Thank you, Eric. If you had something to say, I'd be happy to chat with you. But spamming in the chat, I'd appreciate if you do not. Oh goodness, for Yu-Gi-Oh! There's 2 series. There's so many things with Yu-Gi-Oh! It's been around for so long, and I've never consumed it, so I really know nothing about it. Let's see here. You are impurities. To I and to heaven, and to the apostle of judgment.
ゆえにこの場で必ず
Suitekoi. Soltis didn't jump out of the way, because anything was done to him. Nothing came flying towards him. Only overwhelming hatred and pressure. Overflows from the being before his eyes.
お前はただじゃ殺さ
He's
な
gonna
い。
play with you for a while.
お前天使は人形だって言ったよな。
Give you a taste of your own medicine.
人形らしく遊んでやるから楽しんで死んでいけよ。
殺す。それはこちらのセリフだ。
Ah, but he's so prideful.
長きにわたり断罪の使徒を秘匿したお前を神は厳罰に処すと定められた。断罪に次ぐ神託の槍の意向、 その身をもって知るがいい。
You know, I just had a thought. We've seen Solitus technically as the assistant for quite a while now, and he came in with Hikuru Morikawa's voice. But I'm fairly certain whenever I glanced at the cast list, I saw there was a character voiced by Wataru Hatano. And we have yet to meet a character voiced by Wataru Hatano, so I'm curious to see how this character is going to be worked in, because obviously it's not coming in on this route. Or at least I don't think it is, because I'm fairly certain Epilogue is not voiced by him, I don't think. It's probably going to be a Miser only route, so I'm curious to see who he voices. If it's going to be an important character. Sorry, just a random thought that occurred to me. Time for a big battle. The Demon Lord versus the God's right-hand man? Something like that. After continuing to fly for a while, me and Epilogue find a door along the wall and slip inside right away. Expanding past it was a space with machines lined up, clearly far more advanced than the ones at Epilogue's hidden laboratory. This is... Floating in the middle is a tear in space. Oh, excuse me, a tear in space. It has such depth, looking like it could drag anyone who enters into an unseen place, that means. Is this... Could this be a wormhole?
ああ、そうみてえだな。だが、これかなり不安定なホールだ。砲術で強引に固定しちゃいるが、いつ閉じるかわからねえ代物だ。
A fixed wormhole. Could this be like the wormhole to Bestia at GPM? Oh. Could this wormhole lead to the human world?
そうか。ジョーちゃんたちの話を聞く限り、聖天使の奴らがどうやって異世界を渡り歩いてんのかと思ったら。
To have a fixed wormhole would be the most logical solution. In that case, the abducted people could also be somewhere in this tower. But right now, we don't have the leeway to search or the means to evacuate them.
どうやら、ここは研究用の部屋らしい。
They're quite shiny. I don't know how well they would actually work though.
結構重要な装置が揃ってるみてえだ。
It looks like it continues further. Should we go?
だな。断罪の天使について何か手がかりになるようなもんがあるかもしれねえ。
Together with Epilogue, we look around the room and go further in. Eventually, we arrive in front of a machine that could only be called beautiful. It seemed to be made out of something like jewels or glass. Getting closer, it glows with pulsating light, like it's alive. Epilogue, what kind of machine is this?
いや、俺にはわからねえな。少なくとも普通の天使には知らされてね。
You're not connected to the Hive Mind database? Or maybe you've been what's the word, excluded on the group. You're not in the overarching group protocol with the archangels. I guess it would make sense considering you're fallen as well. All movement stopped. No, it would be more accurate to say it froze. Even my breathing and heartbeat literally, not metaphorically, stopped for a moment. Did your heart skip a beat, Otone? From the door we entered earlier, footsteps approach at a frightening speed. Is it Io? I rebuke my trembling body and slowly turn around. Hello, Io. And with a sense of almost innocence, without the slightest light in his eyes, the creator of those footsteps appeared. Io.
くっそ、こいつに見つかっちまうとは。
Io takes only a glance at Epilogue as he shouts, and ignores him.
罪人打天使を発見。しかし今は神からの命令を最優先とし、断罪は後ほどとします。
Io declares in an indifferent way.
再接続時の状況記録に基づき、当個体に甚大な不具合をもたらした淡き琴音の断罪をここに実行します。
Damn. Io announces the judgment verdict, as obligated. At that command, Epilogue clearly fills with ill will, and his body shakes in anger.
他の天使じゃなく、 他でもねこいつにジョーちゃんを殺させるだと
I'm his special person.
ざっけんなやっぱ悪趣味極まりねえな神様とやらはよ
Ew. The shock makes my vision flicker. At the truth that, while I want to save him, he is targeting my life. But something like that won't make me lose heart. If I die here, I'll never reclaim Eel. Oh goodness. Weird decision, everybody. Let's see. Escape from the room, don't move from the device. You have to go back and think. The logic behind both of them, I could see. Stand your ground. There's a time and place to stand your ground, but at the same time there's also a day to tuck your tail and live another day, right? Right. Do we escape from the room? Do we not move from the device? If we've already come this far, I don't see the point in evading him to reconnect with him unless the idea is to find a machine that can work with his emotions, right? To bring back the memories and the emotions he had once more. But what if this machine that we've already found it is that machine? Decision. I think we've gotten so far in the route, me logically going through the storyline at the very least. We've gotten so far in the route, I don't think the time to escape the room is now. I don't think that we are going to run away from him when we just found him again. That doesn't seem like what we should do. So I'm not going to move from the device. Because perhaps he'll hit it and it'll malfunction somehow, or it'll receive the correct input, and then his emotions will be returned, and after some sort of harrowing instance of him almost killing me, he will come to his senses and be like, oh goodness, what have I done? Calm down. Calm down. I place my hand over my chest to reassure my trembling heart.
ジョーちゃん何やってんだ早く逃げろ
Even if we ran, I'm sure Eel would catch up quickly. Also, while Eel said he would kill me, he hasn't actually used any magic. In other words, that indicates the beautiful machine in my back. And that means Eel can't break this important looking device. So if we keep this behind us, my guess was on the mark. Ah, I made a good decision here. I wasn't even thinking about holding the machine hostage. Should consider using that strategy in the future. Eel stands quietly, and doesn't fire his usual light arrows. But that only means he can't use magic against us.
くそ
We stand a much better chance if he can't use his magic. Epilogue fires his trump card, from before to stop Eel's movement, the jamming light. However, the same trick didn't work, and before it can contact Eel's body, a wall of light repels it. Immediately after, in a single moment, chains of light bind Epilogue's body. At the same time, something like a shock runs through Epilogue's body. Electrical shock? While the chains vanish quickly, his unconscious body collapses without strength to the floor. It's just you and me, Eel. Epilogue! My neck is grabbed. By the time I realized it, Eel's slender fingers were already digging into my throat. Clear suffocation. The sense of death approaching. Have I gone down the wrong route? Did I make the incorrect choice here? My vision blurs, then grows dark. As this happens, Eel only looks at me with inorganic eyes. It feels as though he's gradually increasing the strength around my neck. Don't give up. I can't leave him behind. Despite such thoughts, my consciousness falls deeper into darkness. Is this the end? Is this a bad end? Then at least... Eel. I desperately move my hands. As though wrapping them, I place my hands over his around my neck. This might be it. A little bit of death, as a treat. I don't know if it's really a treat. Maybe to you it is, Arya. I don't consider death a treat. I can't see anymore. Have my eyelids closed? Or am I already dead? I can't even determine that, as my consciousness sinks into the dark.
と
Did I pick the right route? I think I picked the right route now. I don't know, they always kind of like juke you. Because I had the same instinct going through Ignis's route. I'm like, oh no. Oh no.
ね
Yes, it's me, Kotone. Don't choke me to death.
ことね
I don't like asphyxiation play. Thank you. A small voice anchors me in place. My field of vision opens back up as I take oxygen back into my lungs. While my vision was dark at first, it gradually becomes clearer. The face of Eel, who called me back, can be seen clearly. While his hands are still placed over my throat, there's almost no strength in them now. Eel.
ことね
When I say his name, he says mine.
ことね
Yes,
こ
that's my
と
name.
ねことね
As though looking for a place to return, Eel only repeats my name over and over. I think I went down the correct route. I feel like I chose the right one. Demon King and Angel. POV shift. Darkness and light intersect and shake the tower leading to the heavens. Accurate and intense attacks, fitting of the title of a non-human king. As Solitus parses his thoughts about how to deal with him, a sound echoes from the heavens. The moment he hears it, Solitus, who had been fighting indifferently until then, changes the look on his face.
当個体の役目は現在をもって変更された。
you know what? You're not wrong, are ya? You're not wrong.
よってミシェル・アレックス、お前との戦闘
Oh, are you
行動をこ
tucking
こで破
tail,
棄する。
Solitus? You don't want to fight the Demon King anymore?
さっきの音が神様の命令ってわけか。それにしてもずいぶん勝手な言い分だね。俺が逃がすと思う。
いいな。これは我らが神からの警告である。
This time, it's not sound, as countless lights rain down on the miser. They soon surround him in all directions and seal his movement.
高速用の結界。なめるな。この程度なら。
I'm gonna tell my kids that this is Ray and H.E. Oh my goodness. Miser immediately fills his arms with immense magic power to break the barrier, but
その結界は断罪の使徒の肉体を触媒として作成されている。
I'm sorry?
正しき解除の手順を踏まずに力ずくで破壊した場合、断罪の使徒の志士は無残に引き裂かれ、再生は叶わぬと知れ。
We use his flesh? Did we cut off his arm again? I don't even know. At the warning of the voice from the heavens, he hurriedly stops his actions and disperses the magic power he was gathering.
やはりこの者たちはあれに一定の情を寄せているようだ。故に結界を強行突破されることはあるまい。そのまま神託に従い行動せよ、ソリトゥス。
了解。神よ、ご助力感謝いたします。
くそ。待て
Your hands are tied now. I'm sorry, Miser. It's okay, I'll take care of it. You sent me along after all. The voice of God stops, while watching Solitus fly back up the tower.
どこまでいるよ物扱いして踏みにじるつもりなんだ
Well,
お
he's
前
just,
ら
he's just an object with wings, right? As he fervently undoes the barrier, Miser can do nothing but see him off with anger. Was it loud? I'm sorry. This game is the one that has really strange audio balancing. I could hear it from my kitchen when feeding the peppers. My goodness. He was shouting, I will say that. But you can have a character that's talking and it's like very quiet. It's like back here, very quiet, you know. But then you have a character shouting that starts. I have filters on it, and I have tried to balance it, but it's hard to get between the really quiet lines and the really loud lines. And even still, some of the really loud lines seem to be balanced in the game themselves, and they seem to be kind of peaking in the game. So it's kind of hard to manage that along with stuff in OBS. I do my best. I do apologize, though. Yes, it's me, Kotoneyo. Wake up. Wake up. Don't choke me again. I appreciate it. I watch you desperately call my name. It's a situation like this, yet joy spreads through my heart and I want to cry. His hand slowly released from around my neck. Eel. I strongly embrace his body. Yeah, it's okay. I'm right here. If you call for me, I'll answer you as many times as you want. I forget the situation, my fear, and everything. I'm just filled by my thoughts of Eel. Yeah, that's right. Just like Titania said. Even if his emotions have been removed, his soul, his heart, they remain in his body.
神からの信託を受け、かの王を巻いて来てみれば。
Soltis comes in. He's like, I come back to you two embracing? How lewd!
何をしている？早く天木琴音を殺せ！
He tried that already. I don't think he's going to.
もはやその人間はお前にバグを与えるだけの有害なるウイルスだ。
No, that's rude. Now that's rude. As far as I'm aware, Kotone is not a computer program. She cannot have bugs, okay? And even still, perhaps it's not a bug but a feature. Before I realized it, Soltis had flown into the room, at his command. Don't choke me, Ganil. Neil makes no attempt to obey. In fact, he slowly separates himself from me. Look at it. I apologize. Keep yawning tonight. He slowly separates himself from me, then faces Solitus as though shielding me.
バカな。あれだけの対策を施したというのに。
I broke through your firewall. Solitus is struck speechless, unable to accept the reality of Eel disobeying his orders.
ふざけるな！
Up until now, he had shown no shred of interest in me, but now he directs intense murderous intent.
この個体は断罪の使徒は我らが神から分離した半身とも言える存在だ。
Yes, and why does he not have his own autonomous will?
あらゆる無駄を削ぎ落とした最も完璧な洗練された天使の頂点に座する存在。
Don't let perfect be the enemy of good.
それがお前のような凡庸なる人間に乱されるなどあってなるものか！
Oh my goodness, quit yelling, sir. He continues to shout in ways that don't seem emotionless.
答えろ！天木琴音！この個体に何をした？それともミシェル・アレックスが何か施したのか？
You wouldn't know what I did to him? You wouldn't know? I held his hand. I said he had a cute smile. Apparently that was enough to win his heart over. What is... What a sad person. Wait, hold on. Do I have my filters on? I might have my filters on my mic. No, I do. Why is it letting me go that high? Who can say? Ah, there's no limiter. Let's see. I shouldn't get too loud though, so hopefully we don't get into peaking territory. I'll try not to laugh too much. What a sad person though. You must think that I used some kind of trick on Neil. As though to admonish him. I did nothing to him. All I did was live with him, laughing and smiling together. quietly. That's all I said.
そのような曖昧な回答が。
Well, it was a very simple human life. I didn't do anything specific. The angry look on Solitus disappears.
認められると思うのか
I wouldn't say that the angry look disappeared. If anything, I believe it intensified. Protect me, ill. I'm a damsel in distress. By the time I saw it appear, the spear had already been thrust. Il quickly puts up a wall of light to stop it, but it couldn't stop the impact. The Genshin impact. He's blown away while still shielding me, and crashes into the large device behind us. That probably was not a good thing, was it?
記憶保管領域ミカエル
Michael.
駆動個体番号オールゼロ
Memory
の生体コ
storage.
ードを確
Very
認
good. We found it. Oh no, not the impact of Genshin. Indeed.
該当個体が重要と設定
That's an irreplaceable memory of the time he fell. Are we going to get to see it?
殺さないでくれ。なんで俺が殺されなきゃいけないんだ。
Because we need your energy to put back into the spirit furnace.
これまでは立派に神の命令をこなしてたじゃないか。これからだって逆らわない。だから。
With a loud noise. With a loud noise? With a loud noise. Judgment is concluded.
次の信託だ。第32区画に潜んでいる打天使13体を断罪せよ。
I nod and head over. And carry out judgment. What's with this? So far, everyone's a killer of some sorts. Kana's killed the fairies, that's his job. Rindo kills monsters or otherworldly non-humans with his job. Ignis killed his own people. And now Eel is also. They are. Rindo's the only one that's not like the same species type of killer, but everybody kills, and I saved them from killing. I see a pattern here. For the piece of Cam, death to those who cause change. That is this individual's, the angel of judgment's duty. I exist to follow the commands from God. I was only given minimal thought capabilities for this role. Without orders, I simply stand at God's side, like an unused puppet for viewing. Until a new oracle is issued, years, decades, centuries, I shall remain asleep in a special nourishment tank. What? Okay. It seems other apostles are endowed with a degree of autonomous thought and are capable of taking action. But this individual, despite being an angel, is simply a speechless weapon. Thus, such abilities are unnecessary. Uttering any word is at all rare. Until then.
次の信託だ。打天使等から逃亡した追憶の使と2体を追い、断罪せよ。
I returned a look of seeking reconfirmation about the stipulated settings. Their creation is most difficult. Is it okay to pass judgment upon apostles?
皇帝だ。神も当古代も、まさか使徒が落ちる時が来るとは予想だにしなかったが。だが、使徒とはいえあの2体は、お前や当古代ほど貴重性は高くない。100年ほど時間をかければ、また再生産は可能だろう。よ。
Oops, I cut him off. Very well, I nod to say, and head to the sector where the designated criminals are hiding. The Apostles of Recollection. Quite unusual among apostles. They are a man and woman who together are one angel. They manage the long historical records of the Heavenly World Kaum and salvage buried items of the past. They also create new spells. Their duties are specialized around knowledge. Due to our completely different work, my direct contact with them was virtually zero. In search of the two, I descended into the research facility abandoned long in the past. Criminals discovered. I immediately moved to complete judgment when an intense noise flickered through my brain. My spell vanished in an instant, and my extended arm falls with no strength. I hear nothing. No voice or command to determine my actions.
よし。新開発したジャミングがうまく起動したな。
これで神や神託の使徒からの命令は受信できないわね。
Now I understand. It seems that those two used their original spell to temporarily block the connection with God. With the Apostle of the Oracle also not present, I cannot hear the commands of anyone. Thus, I cannot act at all. With this determined, my actions shut down. However, contrary to my expectations, the Apostles of Recollection neither flee nor counterattack.
ちょっとあなた、そこでぼーっと立っていないで座りなさいな。
そうだね。他の人が来るまではしばらくここでゆっくりするといい。
The two approach and grab my shoulders, then forcibly sit me down.
さて、何から話したものかな。いざ雑談しようと思うと言葉に困るね。
Especially since I've not had any autonomous will, as of yet.
そうね。私たちも落ちるまでは最低限しか喋らなかったし。
ああ、それだ。僕たちが落ちた経緯を話そう。それからその時に抱い
Working
た
through it.
この気持ちのことも。
The Apostles of Recollection make use of my shutdown and start talking about their past. According to them, as the Apostles of Recollection, they lived carrying out their duties together for a very long time. One day, during an experiment outside the tower, a wormhole formed by coincidence, and there was the danger of them being separated. After this accident, as the impetus, the two began to know each other as opposite sex, and thinking of not wanting to lose the other. In other words, this was the manifestation of emotion, the cause of their fall, the reason for their judgment. I fail to understand half of what they spoke of. What is opposite sex? True, far fewer angels are women in form, but this is simply caused by differing materials used in their creation, as they are treated no different from men.
やっぱりわからないか。まあ、僕らが話したかっただけだから別に構わないんだけどね。
でもそれにしても変じゃない？わからないなら疑問ぐらいこぼしてもいいと思うんだけど。
He's stunted, you'll have to forgive him.
喋る機会がほとんどないのかな。じゃあせっかくだし、試しに声を出してごらん。
ほら、私の真似をしてみて。こうして喉を鳴らすのよ。
Do you not speak? Here, let's do vocal exercises together. Actually, considering it's used for large-scale spells, I should check to determine if there are any malfunctions with my throat. Very well. As indicated, I copy her movement. I vibrate my throat, straining the vocal organ.
そうそう、上手。あなた、とても透明な声をしているのね。
ああ、きっと歌ったら誰もが聞き惚れるぐらいに綺麗なんだろうな。
He makes one sound of from his throat, and both of them are immediately, ah, yes! You have the most beautiful voice in the world. I was merely checking my specs, yet I received praise that I don't understand. They use the same type of imagery, the same kind of doll-like chibi models. And not Cafe Enchante, we are in Cafe Enchante, and Code Realize as well. And last time I recall, this not going so well for the other characters that had no faces, so I hope these guys are okay. After that, the Apostles of Recollection continued speaking of their emotions for each other. In other words, their bugs. And finally, they provided information regarding their reason to speak to me of these bugs.
君にはそうだな。最後にこの思いを聞き遂げてほしくて
Don't say that, that's a
語
red
りか
flag.
けてるだけなんだ。
That means you guys are
こ
gonna
れ以
die.
上の贅沢は望まないわ。でもただ一つ未練があるとしたら、
僕たちが抱いたこの美しい感情が何なのか。
I believe it's called love, because it's an otome game.
ええ、その名前を知りたかったわね。
And their gazes cross, and on their faces, their cheeks lightly reddened, and it appears their body temperature has increased. These fallen angels, is yet another malfunction occurring in them. This case is a first. Unlike other fallen angels, they do not resist. They do not make noise. Are these truly criminals? Does their fall truly threaten the peace of this world? They who do nothing but speak to me?
それにしても断罪の使徒なんて呼ばれるにしてはあんまり怖くないね。
It's
彼
just because he has no commands at this point in time, so he doesn't know what to do.
そうね。全体的にふわふわしてるし、そんな物騒な響き似合わないわ。あなたにはもっと綺麗な名前の方が似合うはずよ。
With that question, a strange sound comes from my chest. It concerns me. 3 days passed since then. It seems their jamming magic is most superb. Even God seems to be having trouble locating this facility in pursuit of me. The Apostles of Recollection do nothing but speak to me, with peculiar looks on their faces. According to their explanation, these facial expressions are shown to friends and are called smiles. Then, why do they show it to me? To them I am nothing but an enemy come to bring death. All grows more incomprehensible. However, the more time passes, the larger this sound grows in my chest, little at a time. However, all things have their end. As I predicted, right? On that day, with no change, the Apostles of Recollection spoke as I sat quiet. Then,
断罪の使徒を発見。このような場所に拘束されていたとは。
apparently searching for me on his own, the Apostle of the Oracle arrived.
さあ、断罪の使徒よ。同個体が合流した以上、
What
停
if I
止
don't
す
want
る
to go
必要
with you?
はない。
What if I don't want to go with you, Solitus?
追憶の使徒の処刑。今こそその信託を再開せよ。
Nodding to that was... Oh? Resistance. Impossible for me.
何？
当個体による経過観察の結果、この個体に追憶の使徒にカエルムの安寧を揺るがす脅威はないも
Good for you,
の
Will.
と判断。
あなた。
Search. Think. Appeal. To find a reason not to pass judgment on these two. I don't even understand why I do this. However,
その拒否を却下する。称賛しよう。追憶の使徒。さすがは地を司る天使だけはある。これにさえ有効なウイルスを開発したか。
ウイルス。
something like that. I have no memory of being given something like that.
僕らはそんなことしていない。よく聞くんだ。彼の言葉は。
だがウイルス程度ならば、フォーマットにて駆除できるだろう。今、
Oops, I cut him off
まさ
again.
かお前に、この槍を使用する時が来るとは。
Don't spear me. He takes hold of my shoulder and an intense heat runs through my abdomen. I was pierced by the Apostle's spear. I only recognized this fact after a large amount of blood began to flow. The spear of the Oracle, given to him by God. Its sharpness and spirit energy held within is already boast-worthy in power, but its value is its compulsory command effect. While one thrust is limited to one command, regardless of the angel, after being pierced by the spear, the compulsory command is installed in the wound, and its execution is forced. Therefore, pass judgment, pass judgment, pass judgment. I'm going to read it 9 times. For the peace of Cam, death to those who would threaten it. Execute the criminals. The command I would follow like it's natural until now encroaches into my brain, and my body begins to move automatically. A glimmer illuminates the inside of the facility. Ignoring my will, the arrows deployed from my back already point towards these two. Before the moment judgment is unleashed.
さようなら、友よ。君と出会えてよかった。
Stop.
ありがとう。私たちのこの感情を最後まで否定しないでいてくれて。
The two gave me a gentle smile. Atop the floor smeared with blood, their 2 dead bodies lie nestled close together.
追憶の使徒の断罪を確認。ジャミングの効果が弱まったと判断。
The Apostle of the Oracle, once it confirmed, moves to the entrance where the connection with God will be easier and turns his back.
お前と神の接続の完全復旧後、報告を行う。お前はその場にて、肉体を修復させつつ待機せよ。
I ignored him. Despite my wound, I stagger over to their bodies and fall to my knees next to them. I extend my hand and shake their cold bodies. They don't move or breathe. They do nothing as I shake them. Shake, 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 shake. The shaking bodies vanish. Their spirit energy particles ascend. At that, I rush to gather them into my hands.
接続の完全復旧を確認。出るぞ。東映と帰還し、ウェイルスを流されたお前のフォーマットを行う。
Still holding them in my hands, I walk as led by the Apostle of the Oracle.
報告。神よ。追憶の使徒の断罪を完了しました。
こちらでも生体コードの削除を完了した。
With the connection restored, his will resounds within my brain.
しかし、やはり今回の断罪は痛手であった。仮にも使徒があのような無意味で無価値な感情に落ちるとは。
Sorry, God. Meaningless. Worthless. The moment I understood the meaning of God's words.
違う。断じて。それは違う。
何？
Nani? Before I realized it, I was locked battling the Apostle of the Oracle. I continued into a completely reckless state, and while evading the attacks of the Apostle of the Oracle attempting to recover me, following the impulses from my chest, I continued to flee. Oh. Dripping blood, I continued moving without a destination. When I realized it, my wings were turning black. Fallen. Did I obtain emotions? But such a detail doesn't matter now. Did I just say such a detail don't matter now? Such details don't matter now. Okay. I would say we're going a bit southern, aren't we? Such details don't matter now. Ain't no problem with that. I slightly open my hands. Each contains not even a single grain of sand. Red and blue fragments of spirit energy. Believing that having this would be enough, I hold them to my chest for safekeeping.
大丈夫だ。同個体の霊力を注ぎ込んでいる。
Oh.
すぐに肉体は修復できるはず。
I shout over and over.
戻ってきてほしい。教えてほしい。答えてほしい。同個体にもう一度声を聞かせてほしい。笑顔を向けてほしい。
僕たちが抱いたこの美し
Oh,
い
they
感
never
情
got
が
to
何
learn
なの
what
か
the beautiful emotion inside them were.
その名前を知りたかったわね。
共にあの疑問への回答を考えさせてほしい。
That's why. That's why. That's why. The final fragments disappear. Don't feel. Please don't scream. Okay. Please don't scream. I desperately tried to grab them as they ascended into the heavens, but I couldn't.
追憶の使徒の完全消滅を確認。消えた。死んだ。死んだ。
And there, I finally. Don't. No, 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 we're skipping it. Don't scream. I understood the fact that they were gone from this world. There's something hot filling my chest and eyes, but it takes no shape, and I don't understand. All I know is, the loss of them is painful. Where should I go now? Led around for all this time, I have no idea. But at the very least, having said their death was worthless, I felt no intention of returning to God. However, God holds total control in this realm, so there's nowhere to hide. Thus, all I could do was wander, continuing to flee from pursuers, until I happened upon a certain place.
遺伝子認証システムに反応あり。遺伝子認証システムに反応あり。空間の陰徳を限定解除いたします。
Welcome back, Master.
お帰りなさいませ、マスター。
Alright, the Noah's Ark. A sector that shouldn't exist suddenly appeared. Inside, I found the remains of a strange structure. I don't know the reason, but it seems this entire sector was hidden, and even God has no grasp of this place. I enter to hide myself, and inside is a dimly lit space, with a very ancient-looking door within. I didn't intend to touch it, but due to my exhaustion, I lost balance in my body and virtually collapsed over onto it. Ding ding! Idashai! Is it Idashai? I've forgotten. I feel like Idashai. Welcome. My field of vision opens wide, and light glows brightly. Then there before me. She appears much like an angel. However, this life form is far smaller and possesses no wings. I realize that she's looking up at me. Who are you? A customer? I have no name to give her. However, this fact seems to draw her interest even more. The individual before my eyes holds a bundled paper. Antiquated. Oh my gosh. Antiquated. It's antique. It is old. It is something of it is something not used in Kaom, considering their level of technology. It is an antiquated material, serving as an information medium. On the surfaces, the drawing of a man and a woman. The smiles upon their faces appear quite heated. Those two. There is something familiar about the way they look at one another. I point to it and ask,
それは何か。
This? It's a picture book and... It's a wonderful story about love.
おい、どこ行ったたく、
My idiot son.
やっとバカ息子どもが迎えに来たってのによ。
Alright, come in, Grandpa. Oh, Grandpa's calling. I'm sorry, but I'm leaving this shop today. But Grandpa will be here, so it's okay. I'll call him over for you. Grandpa! You have a customer! If that was... love. The name of this beautiful emotion. Then I want to learn it. Understand it. Know that emotion is neither meaningless nor worthless. I shall prove it for certain. Feel like we're getting close to the end. That long, long, sad yet beautiful memory played back. When it finally ended, I was lost inside a strange space. Flowing into my head are various peoples. No, angels as memories. As they slip directly into my brain, if I lose focus, I feel like I could even forget my own name. Still, I need to move forward. Following my urge to find something important, I continue to walk with no visible exit. I walk and keep walking, in a place that seems to be the deepest part. I find him sitting, looking like he's in rejection of everything. I get on my knees and get close. All these memories are mixing too much. Who am I? Who is he? I can't even remember that, but I'm here for you. I know that fact for certain and announce it simply. Then
いやだ。このままでいい。戻ったらまた感情を得ることになる。
True. But don't you want to smile
あ
again?
んなものは知らない。いらない。
He'd supposedly abandoned everything, but continued to speak like he's lamenting.
感情とはもっと美しいものではなかったのか。
Some of them are. You can't all have good things. Everything must be in balance.
彼らが獲得したものはあんなにも苦しいものだったのか。きっと愛もこれ以上の苦痛を生むだけのものに決まっている。私はそんなものを知ろうとしていたのか。美しいものなんだろうと決めつけて夢を見ていたのが。
You were a little misguided,
Oro
but
kadatta.
there's nothing wrong with starting there. We can correct it. I couldn't deny it. But in exchange, I can't give up either. It's true that without emotions, you could live more efficiently. You probably wouldn't go through suffering, but my consciousness feels like it could break at any moment. But there's one thing I can recall. His smile. Oh, yep, back to that. Without emotions, I would have never seen your smile. I would have never known that I like your smile. That wonderful smile warms my chest just remembering it. He received my words with a confused face.
好き。あんな真実を知っても存在すべてが
I don't think your
偽物
existence
だと
is
知
false.
って
I
も
think your existence is suppressed. I think your existence is suppressed. There's many
違う。
sounds in there.
それは何かの間違いだ。そのような感情はあの二人のように汚れのない生命に向けられるものだ。こんな殺戮しか脳のない名もなき人形に与えられるものではない。
I don't need that. Neither the reason nor that logic. I just don't want the emotions you learn to be stolen. Not by God or anyone else. That's right. I want to be the one to teach you. To be me. That's the one thing I can't concede. So let's think about it together, okay? About the answer to what love is. The moment my voice echoes through the space. Don't be loud. CG time. Time to cry. Okay, so okay, yo, thanks. I get it. I don't want no piercing my ears, no piercing the viewer's ears. Large drops begin to overflow from his eyes, and he starts crying like a child. Even his accurate imitation could never express such a thing. The voice of sadness, one he couldn't express from having lost his friends. He's confused by the emotions he gained for the first time, and I embrace him.
どうしてあなたはそんな意地悪を言うのか。こんなにも嫌だと言っているのに。
I'm stubborn.
その先にあるものが苦しいものだと分かっているのに。
Oops, sorry. Yes, I did. I'm stubborn. In my unfair pressure, he resists with an even more sorrowful voice.
いらない。知らない。知りたくない。そう思っていたはずなのに。どうしても求めてしまう。私だってあなたでなければ嫌なんだ。私はあなたに愛を教えてほしい。
What a strange concept, right? Just to have someone be like, oh yes, teach me how to love. It just sounds wrong in its own way.
彼らが残した感情の価値を、それは決して無価値ではないのだと、無意味ではないのだと、私は他の誰でもない、あなたと証明したい。
As he shouts with a trembling throat, I embrace him harder.
胸が痛い。苦しい。
Yeah, I know it hurts. But that's one step toward the emotion we seek. Not always gonna be sunshine and rainbows. Oh no, he wants me to name him? Oh, a name? No, a name for you or a name for the emotion?
名前を
Oh, okay, call your name.
読んで。私は誰？
No, you're eel. That's just who you are.
人形か空想のものか。自分が何者かわからなければ、私はどこに行くこともできない。あなたの手を握れない。
From among the many memories, I sift through to his smiles to remember, and declare, you're Eel. Eel of Enchante. The person who, from the bottom of my heart, I love the smile of.
では、あなたは、ことね。ことね。
That is indeed my name.
ことね。私に笑顔をくれたことね。大事だと思いたい人、それ以上の感情を辛くても。
Okay, we've got your emotions. We've got your emotions back, so can we go finish this problem? A clear singing voice rings through the tower. The angels. The visitors from another world. That time and that moment. Stop their movement and listen to that song. The song of resurrection. The sign of a new life being born. As though protecting me, large white wings stained with black flap.
バカな。なぜ？
While it was a long talk for us, it seems to have only been a moment in this world. The sudden shift leaves Solitude speechless. To him, Eel answers without any fear.
簡単なことです。私はもう一度落ちた。ただそれだけのこと。それもあの時とは違う。今度は正しく、
自らの意志で。
Sorry, Aichi. We're not going to listen to you.
自ら落ちた。そんなことが。
ありえるのですよ、ソリツス。私の片翼、私の悲劇の象徴。残念ながらもう私があなたの導きに従うことはありません。私は自分の意志で歩く。完璧な個体でなくて結構。たとえみっともなくても、愚かでも。
I don't care if I'm pathetic, foolish, or cry at
抵抗する。
unfairness.
何度フォーマットされたとしても、その度に私はまた落ちるまで。仮に戻れなくなったとしても。
He didn't want them to die. He didn't want to give up. He wanted to live with them. I'm sure Eel, when he executed his cherished friends, wanted to shout such words, but couldn't. But now,
きっと今生まれた己を心のどこかで肯定し続ける。
he's able to express his own will as words. With Eel's melody, Soltis holds his breath as he stands dumbfounded. Eel hits him with relentless arrows of light, then picks me up and flies outside.
おい
Come on, Epilogi! It seems Epilogi had woken up some time without our notice, and he calls to us as he leans out the entrance.
あなたエリンギでしたか？彼女へのご助力ありがとうございます。
エピロギだバカ野郎。2文字しか合ってねえぞ。お前
Yeah, he's woken up.
あの断罪の天使か。
おや、失礼しました。
With
ま
such
あ、その
trivial
ような些
details.
細なことは後回しに
Don't
し
worry
て。
about me trying to kill you earlier. We'll figure that out later. It's not trivial. Epilogi shouts such things, but Eel magnificently ignores him.
ソリティスの意識が復帰する前に、あなたはあの部屋のホールから人間界へ避難してください。さすがにどの地域へ飛ばされるかは把握していませんが、塔に残るよりは安全なはずです。
そりゃそうだろうけどよ。ならお前らもあそこから逃げりゃいいだろう。
そのホールはかなり不安定ですし、あと一人でも通過すれば閉じかねません。
ならどうすんだ。
We'll probably fight.
このまま彼女と塔の頂上を目指そうかと。
Huh?
は
What he declared with a smile is beyond anything I expected. Eel doesn't wait for Epilogi's answer, and more than even Miser, he begins flying at insane speed. Eel! Are we not meeting up with the others?
空を飛べぬカヌスたちがいる以上、ソリティスがすぐに追いつきます。追跡されてゲートを発見でもされれば、それこそ人間界に帰る術がなくなりますから。
Very true.
それと、どうせなら彼に喧嘩を売ってこようかと。
Man, he doesn't have the power of God and anime on his side. How unfortunate for you, Eel. A fight?
はい。遅めの反抗期というものですね。
You're
人間
going
に
through
も
your
一定
rebellious
の年齢で
phase?
訪れるのでしょう。
That's a little different. I make a strange smile. But the usual? No. An even more wonderful than usual smile is returned by Eel. My heart feels more with joy than unease at what waits ahead. We emerge in a place where the sky opens up.
到着です。
Eel gently descends to the floor. This is the tower's summit. In other words, the highest place in Kaom. When I look directly up, the spirit furnace, which I only saw at a distance and in videos until now, is visible up close. But the silence is actually creepy. Is nobody here? The only thing is a giant pipe organ-like instrument. So then, where is God?
目の前にいますとも。
Huh? The giant keyboard begins moving by itself. From the countless thousands of various pipes, every tone possible. Someone's yawning, my apologies. From the countless thousands of various pipes, every tone possible sounds out and fills the world. The grand pipe organ with no player vibrates the air as though it's breathing. It plays words. What? Gil remains calm and speaks to me in my surprise.
彼こそが創世紀以前の技術により生み出されたこの天界カエルムを支配。いいえ、完全管理する究極にして最高の自律型人工知能。神。我ら天使の生産者たる機構です。人間界では AI と称するのが一般的でしょうか。
God's true identity is a machine? Well, I'm surprised. At the same time, considering the sights of this world and the nature of ill and angels, at least part of me is in agreement with this.
その解説を肯定しよう。断罪の使徒。そして再度告げる。お前、我が慈悲にて、使徒の資格を復活させたというのに、またも落ちるとは。我が半身とも言える、唯一無二の個体といえど、
You are beyond salvation.
もはや救済の余地はない。
You're not the God I know.
そんなもの。
This is why you're in another realm.
そもそもあなたの語る救済は正しい意味ではない。もうやめましょう。人間界までこの展開の普遍に巻き込むことはありません。
Human world. Yo, what does that mean?
神へ再接続された時に情報がすべて流れ込んできました。例の人間の誘拐事件は私の身柄を狙うためだけのものではなかったので
It was
す。
a plot for world and realm domination.
彼らは新たな天使を作るための実験
I
サンプル。
see.
そして天崎島で発生したホールもこの
What?
展開が仕組んだものです。
You know? You know what? I don't think we did get an answer for that in the other routes. So alright. What? My eyes go wide, as Il houses a clear hostility in his eyes.
肯定。ならばお前も把握しているだろう。
God quietly begins to play about this world's history and his goals. Chapter 4, final chapter. It might be a short stream tonight. I don't have Miser ready. He's not unlocked yet.
このカエルムの歴史は万を超える遥か古代より始まる。
Originally, in Kyle dwelled those with beautiful voices and pure energy, such as Siren and Pegasus. Known as spirit beasts, these divine creatures existed alongside countless other things in nature. What brought a change was, due to certain circumstances, humanity arrived from a distant realm. With them, they brought science and technology to this world from their previous one. The spirit beasts were friendly toward the humans and fused their power with that of technology. In the short span of a little over a decade, Calm had been developed into a world of both divinity and science. However, when Calm reached the pinnacle of prosperity, the arrogant persons in power at the time, and fools obsessed with technological development, launched a certain development project.
世界をより完璧に、絶対的に、今の繁栄を普遍にし維持。自律型人工知能、神の作成計画。
That was not really God. An odd mishmash. They were wildly successful. At the hands of superb engineers, I was created along with this tower. To protect that perpetuity, I was given management rights on every mechanism existing on Calm. I followed their settings and concluded.
普遍を維持せよというのならば、 常に変動する感情を有する人
Oh,
間こ
so
そ
you were the one that stole everybody's emotions, huh?
その普遍を崩す最大の害悪ではないか。
It's not that they never existed, you just stole them. However, in terms of biology, it was true that they possessed superb functionality. In that case, I simply had to create upgraded humans, with proclivities to change or excess removed. Considering that as a result.
死後冷凍保存されていた最も優れた頭脳を有する人間の肉体と
Post-mortem cryo storage. I took the flesh of a human with the most superior brain?
最高位の霊獣たちの遺伝子、それら最上の素材を用いて
Okay.
天使、魂を封じ、あらゆる無駄を削ぎ落とした最高傑作にして究極の完成品たる生体端末を作成することに成功した。
I don't know how I feel about this.
その始まりの個体が私ということですね。
Once God tells the story up to creating angels, Eel interrupts. Wait, then angels were originally humans?
はい。たださすがにそのことについては私も再接続されるまで知りませんでした。
知らぬのも無理はない。お前の調整と運用は天使の本格生産が始まった約数千年前
You
に
know, just several thousand
よ
years
うや
ago.
く開始されたのだから。
Seeing Eel go silent, God resumes playback of the past. After succeeding in the creation of angels, I utilized my authority over the mechanisms to eradicate all life forms to use as energy. Oh boy. I also prepared a specialized environment for their upgrade, the angels. The fully controlled variable on this world is. What I decided shall remain in perpetuity, settings which I have defended ever since. That peace and stability are now threatened. Apostle of Judgment. Since the moment you had fallen and became hidden from this heavenly world, on a massive scale, wormholes of unclear destinations have formed. Many angels have dragged in, including the apostles, and all of their life signals have vanished.
すなわち炉へ霊力を循環させる材料が大きく数を
We're
減ら
running
して
low
しま
on
った。
food, so you gotta come back and start killing people. Hmm? Feels like Kamis's route. At this rate of reduction in angel numbers, the stability of heaven will surely collapse. Then what should I do to deal with it? The answer's clear.
天使の素材となった人間、それを人間界から多量に回収して新
Sacrificial
たな
offering.
天使を再生産すればよい。そう我々を脅かしているものと同一の現象。
We finally learned God's true intention. That's
人工的に人間界へのホールを開き、そこから人間たちを霊力炉に吸収。天使
それこそが救済。我が天界の安寧の礎である。
no, assassination is salvation. Sounds like the mantra of a serial killer. This is like something I'd hear from a movie trailer, with no feeling of reality, but as though affirming this isn't a lie, the beautiful yet cold-looking spirit furnace shines above our heads. Absorb humans into where? Like what happens to dead angels? It was a sickening thought. It sent an icy chill down my back.
本来その計画に利用するのはあくまで一部の人間だけであった。
過去形ということは、その方針が変わったと？
皇帝。その理由
Well,
は
you're not here anymore,
他な
so
らぬお
we've
前
got
で
to
あ
up
る。
production. Hmm?
断罪の使徒カエルムの始まりの個体。我が一部である半身にして最高傑作。そのはずであったお前は一人の人間。その娘が与えた害により完全に落ちきった。
Uh-huh. As though casting a sentence upon
よっ
us.
て人間が天使並びに天界へ及ぼす悪影響を事前に防ぐべくその一切を残さず
Oh,
全人
goodness.
類を天使として救済することをここに宣言する。
The oracle of God echoes out, albeit with some confusion. I object God's confident declaration. No way! That's not salvation.
ええ、認められるはずがありません。神よ、申し訳ありませんが、
I'm sorry,
そ
but I
の
will be
身をこの
destroying
場
you
にて
now.
破壊させていただきます。
Neil immediately takes a stance and fires a flurry of light arrows at God. However, right before they reach the body of God, they vanish as though melting away.
弾かれ、いや、吸収された。
Well, considering you are a part of him, it makes it a little hard to use essentially his attacks against
皇
him.
帝生産者たる私に対しお前たち天使の攻撃など、
そんな。
加えそれだけではないぞ。
As though taking advantage of Eel's shock, the voice of God rings out and Eel suddenly collapses and falls to his knees. Eel! Wondering what happened so suddenly, I look over his body and see... Ah... On Eel's arms, legs, wings, and neck. All over his body, in every place, there are threads of light I've seen before. The threads have forcibly sewn him to the ground. I instinctively pull out my hand and try to pull the threads off. What is this? I can't grab them? I know for sure that Eel's body is tangled in those threads, but my fingers cannot grasp
打
them.
点という仮初めの自由に思い上がったか。神たる私に逆らうとは愚かなり。
No, I will say, I really want to see some sort of work. Either an anime, or a otome, or a video game, something, right? I'm getting real tired of Heaven being like the bad guy. It's getting real old. I kind of want to go back to like nice Heaven. I would like to see that. It would be refreshing for once. Because now it seems like every time anyone involves like Heaven's always the bad guys. They're always sus, and I'm like, come on. I'm like, it's getting old at this point. I want to have something nice again for once. We've got nice hell and bad hell. I want like nice Heaven again. Neil grabs at the threads around his neck, trying to somehow get them off. But the more he struggles, the tighter the threads entangle him.
本来ならばお前も計画に参加させ成功
No,
率
that's
を
not gonna happen
よ
now,
り
sir.
高めたかったがソリトゥスの意識から先ほどの光景は見ていた。
You're not even truly a being. You're
何
just a
度フ
computer
ォーマッ
program.
トしてもその度に落ちるとい
You
う
have
の
no
なら
right
ば
to be extending your hand this far out.
やはり我が身へ帰れ断罪の使徒。
Oh, you're just gonna kill him? The moment an unsettling sound reverberates, Eel's form turns transparent. No. He was disintegrating into particles of life. Eel? I promptly extend a hand to him, but I already can't grasp his body. Not only that, but it seems his consciousness is already starting to grow hazy. Eel, snap out of it! Eel!
断罪の使徒よ長きにわたる務めご苦労。
I'll cut you off there, God. I gotta get through this. However, his use is done. The tone that plays feels like a broken puppet being thrown
お
away.
待ちよ。
A desperate shout mixes in. Solidus? Flying out of the tower full force, the one to land and kneel before God and Eel is.
神よ、お待ちを。どうかご再興ください。
Is attached to him. And what? In front of a surprised me and Eel, Solidus desperately bows his head to
ソ
God.
リツス、なぜ静止する？
断罪の死とは二度と再生産できぬ個体ゆえに、人間の救済が成功したとしても、我らを脅かるあの未知のホールが発生する可能性は未だ健在。その先にある脅威が見えぬ今、対抗しうる最大戦力を返すことは。
Perhaps out of respect to Solidus' ejections, God goes silent, and Eel's body stops from disintegrating momentarily.
ソリトゥス、あなたは。
黙れ。これ以上神のお心に信託に抗うな。
Oh, hush, Solidus.
でなければお前の身が。
だったら抗えるようにしてやるまでよ。
Time for jamming?
これは
おのれ、またしてもあのジャミングか。
Epilogue. Ooh. Ash-colored light sprays out, and the moment a short noise sounds from God and Solidus, Eel's form returns to normal. The light returning Eel also vanishes, and he stands up right away.
ジョーさん、無事か？
You're back, Epilogue. Epilogue, you didn't jump into the laboratory wormhole?
俺一人でのこのこ逃げられるかよ。乗りかかった船は最後まで付き合うって決めてんだ。
No abandoning ship? Despite being covered in cold sweat, he makes a bold smile and immediately faces the eel.
さすがに神そのものの機能停止なんざうまい話があるとは思っちゃいねえが。つうわけで断罪のじゃねえ。いる。あとは自力で逃げ切れるな。
はい。
Boom.
今、
Nice.
我々の拠点アンシャンテの座標をあなたの持つロザリオに送りました。例のホールから人間界へ移動後、それを頼りに我々との合流を。
おう、器用なことすんじゃねえか。
He's pretty techy. Probably to go escape through the wormhole in the laboratory. Epilogue flies back down into the tower.
一気に加速します。しっかり捕まっていてください。
Alright, let's go. Okay.
待て。いくら断罪の使徒。
Solidus props himself up with his spear and tries to approach us. But Eel, carry me, spreads his wings wide and soars quickly into the sky. As I try and gain distance from him, we accelerate, and accelerate, and accelerate, like drilling a hole straight to the wrecked ship with the gate. Then we leap into the gate, standing there in the dark space. What about our other friend? What about Canis and Ignis and
さすがに勢いをつけすぎましたね。
you just figured, oh, they'll figure it out. He sounds pained, and when I raise my head, Eel collapses onto his back. It seems like he was shielding me completely with his arms. Eel? Are you okay?
はい、どうにか。
Everything's upside down. Still upside down, Eel looks at his surroundings. Ah, everyone made it back. Hi, guys! Apparently everyone had returned first, and our eyes meet. Eel starts blinking his eyes and stands up, while still supporting me.
おや、何やら皆の顔を見るのが久しいような、そうでないような。それに皆揃って妙な表情ですが、
You're back to normal.
何かあったのですか？
何かもクソもあるか、このバカ野郎。
あ、痛いです。なぜ皆一斉に。今日は何も騒動を起こし。
Well, it did nothing to cause harm to the shop.
店に被害は与えていませんよ。
With Ignis's roar as a signal, everyone starts rubbing Eel, lightly poking at him, and more, all while mobbing him. With, of course, all smiles. After watching the sight for a while, quiet footsteps approach. When everyone notices this, they all get away from Eel as though handing him over. Gotta hand him over to One-chan.
おかえり。いる。はい。ただいま戻りました。
After his appearance, Miser makes a gentle smile, like being happy that family has returned. And it all went happily ever after. Not. I have a feeling we're still going to go through one more thing at least before this ends. After the lively welcome for Eel, with his regained emotions settled down. You're back. Hi, Mikado.
己女子くん、いや天使め、よくも人を利用してくれたな。
Mikado visits the shop after quite some time and starts banging his small palms on the table, clearly expressing his anger at those not present. He smacks his baby hands on the table angrily.
くそ。
Angrily.
個人的に使える助手が欲しいなって上に内緒で募集かけたら。レアな天使が面接に来てこれラッキー。あわよくばサンプルもらおっと。って思って雇ったのに、最近は給料も上げてあげたのに。
おい、もしかしなくても、あんたが諸悪の根源なんじゃ。
リンド、悪いことは言わねえ。こいつはクビにしとけ。
It's okay, Rindo. I know you've known him for quite a while. I know he currently has your sister in his care, but it's all right to fire him.
やめて！僕から研究という生きがいを奪わないで！というか、悪気はなかったんだよ。女子くんがイルくんの知り合いなのはもちろん察してたけどさ。けど、そんなものすごい因縁があるとは思わないじゃないか。
As Mikado laments, according to him, apparently he didn't even know that angels were emotionless. Having regained his emotions, he was somewhat sympathetic to him.
まあ、一方的に彼を責めることもないかと。GPM に潜伏せずとも、ソリティスならば私を追い詰める策をいくらでも用意できたでしょうし。
お前がそう言うのであれば、我らもこれ以上の追求はすまい。
それよりミカド、反省してるなら、
Yeah,
もっと
quit
し
whining.
っかりイルを見てよね。
Look him over, make sure he's okay.
わかったよ。イルくん、じっとしていてくれたまえよ。
はあ。
Mikado stands on tiptoes and peers into Eel's eyes as he sits next to me using a penlight. After saying while observing both eyes, he puts the light back in his pocket.
うん。変に操作されているような奇妙なブレや動きもないし、先ほど行った精神鑑定も、まあ、ちょっとボケた回答はあったけど、問題はないと判断できる。
Then,
断言するよ。その神とやらからは完全に解放されているね。
now we have no more trauma to trigger an attack and go back. All right, that's great, Eel.
はい。これも港琴音のおかげですね。ありがとうございます。
そりゃめでてんだろうけどよ。
As Eel smiles, Ignis gives him a straighter look.
なあ、お前も例の乙女ゲームの真似事はやめたんだよな。
There's nothing wrong with faking it until you make it, Ignis.
ええ、自我が目覚めた今、その必要はありませんから。
あ、俺もイグニスの言いたいことわかる。それにしてはなんか。
おい、いる。試しにちょい表情をキリッとさせてみろ。ダメだ、5秒も持たねえ。こいつ本当にちゃんと人格を手に入れたのか？
あまり雰囲気が変わっていない。
Maybe it's been ill since the very beginning. I said earlier, you fake it until you make it. You take parts and put it as your own personality. It's not like you're assuming an entire role. He's just learning. Oh, now that you mention it, I wonder why.
いや、それはそうだろうね。 僕も話を聞いて、例の乙女ゲームに登場するイルファド・デ・リエとやらについて調べてみたけどね。ほら、公式サイトに掲載されている彼の紹介文をよく読んでみたまえよ。
After saying this, Mikito shows us on a large tablet screen. A sheltered noble who was brought up overprotected, a recluse of sorts. Ah, that reminds me. His background was something like that. Wait, don't tell me.
聞けばここでもそれと似たような環境で生活していたんだろう。
See, he related with him, and he took that character and he used the expressions of the character to help
ならば
understand himself.
新たに生まれた素の人格も似たようなものになって当然だね。まあせいぜいほんのちょっぴりしっかりした程度の変化なんじゃないかな。
See, you all were shitting on him for this? I can understand, though. During his explanation, everyone grows a little weak, and Ignis changes the subject.
つーか、お前が半身ってなんだよ。似合わねえな。そもそも神って機械なんだろ。
He's
なんだお前、
android.
ロボなのか。
Yul shakes his head at the question.
私は本来彼に搭載される予定の戦闘用プログラムを譲渡され生まれた個体なのです。そのような個体は私以外には存在しませんので、故に半身とそう称されているのです。
なるほど。神が本来備えるべき機能であったものをイルが譲り受けている。
Was that what he meant by return it onto me? At our words, Yul nods slowly. I notice his wings are still split, half black and half white. Perhaps it was because Il chose his own form, which he manifested whenever he was at Enchante. After understanding all the explanations so far,
まあとにかくいろいろと危険もあったようだけど、
it still feels
君
way
も
too
無事で
easy.
よかった。
When Rindo approaches with a gentle smile and attempts to place a hand on my shoulder.
ダメです。触らないでください。
Oh,
琴音は私のです。
oh goodness. Ew. Ew. Uh-huh. He suddenly embraces me from the side, like he's shielding me, and I let out a weird voice. When I look, Il is glaring at Rindo with a weary expression, although it's more protected than scary. Hey, Il? Rindo didn't intend anything like...
ダメです。以前ミシェルやイグニスが言っていたのです。リンドウは常に女性を狙う狼だと。あの時はリンドウも魔獣なのかと思った程度でしたが、今ならそれが大変危険な意味だと理解できます。ですから絶対にあなたへ近づけさせません。
Rude, Il. I mean, sure. Il presses himself against me in a fawning way. He looks me straight in the eyes with his teary
感
eyes.
情をなくしている間、ずっと近くにいたというのに、あなたとろくに触れ合えなかったのです。ですからその分、あなたの存在を
I'm
より
going to
直
cling
に
to you every day
近
for
く
the
で
rest of our
感じてい
lives.
あなたのぬくもりに触れて嬉しいと思う自分の心が間違いなく本物だと確かめたいのです。ダメでしょうか。
I'm sure that's not his intention, but his fawning was terribly effective.
つーか、イチャつくなら二人きりの時にやれっての。
Oh yeah, you want us to go to our bedroom and do stuff like when you're around?
なんていうか
Naughty dog.
空気読めないっていうか読まないのは変わってないね。
というよりも、うすうす感じてはいたが、二人はやはりそのような関係に。天使が恋人をね。ロマンに溢れてていいんじゃない？
I'm considering their computers though. I'm not quite sure how romantic that is or not.
まあこのぐらいゆるい雰囲気で話し合う方がアンシャンテらしいよね。もうそのままの体勢でいいから。
No, I'll straighten up. This topic's gotten out of hand. I somehow persuaded Il to let go. Although we resumed the conversation, he stuck by me closer than ever. We began to discuss God's Salvation Initiative. Everyone sits in shock as I replay the memory in my head. However, maybe because everyone is used to extraordinary things happening, Right away, everyone believes it and starts seriously thinking of countermeasures.
いる。その神とやらはいつホールをこじ開けるつもりなのだ。
おそらくは3日後の正
It's
午にな
either
る
I
でしょ
knew
う。
this was too easy to end.
計画の規模が規模ですから、天崎島に出現したホール以上の巨大なものを開こうとするはずです。
Now where would that giant bone creature come from though?
またあのよくわかんねえ腕とか出てきたりしねえだろうな。
それはないかと。今回は完全にこちらへ座標を固定していますし。
座標って？
How do you ask a question about the new word that popped up?
実は神が私を回収しようとしていた理由は、私が天界の兵器であるほかもう一つあったのです。
What? Eel makes an expression more complicated than ever before and begins to reveal the situation. For the Salvation Project, God researched the wormhole phenomenon. After devising magic to open them, their assembly experiments were repeated numerous times. Saltus was sent to the human world for these experiments too. However, even with technology from the heavenly world, assembling a stable wormhole to a specific other world proved to be difficult. A direct connection to the human world. It required a relay point, fixed somewhere inside of the heavenly world. In reality, the experiment by the heavenly world to open a wormhole at Amasaki Island failed due to the lack of a relay point, which only put stress on the realm's stability. However, that was simply the final experiment before the real event. The heavenly world already found a solution to the problem. That's right. Back then, Solitus found a reliable gate connecting heaven to earth. He discovered its existence at the shop, along with me taking refuge and living here. The first to react to Eel's explanation was Mikado, and he hits the table with his small, inky baby hands.
もしかしてここのゲートがホール構築に必要な中継点になっちゃったってことかい？
Perfect. After everyone's surprised at Mikado's shouting, we all look towards the room with the gate.
私の脳にはここのゲートを利用した記録が刻まれていますから。
固有霊力観測、座標確定、個体番号オールゼロから緊急信号と再接続の申請を確認、接続完了、該当個体からの要請を認可。
With the reconnection back then, precise coordinate information was sent to God. Eel says this in an apologetic way.
ごめん。ちょっと話が難しくてついてけないかも。
とってもシンプルに言うと。
He sent his location to God. Mikado has a cold sweat and points straight up.
神はゲートを目印にこの真上、つまりアンシャンテの上空に救済用のホールを開くつもりなのだね。
は？
Yeah. Right over Enchante?
つまり3日後にはここが
Yes.
人類ピンチの舞台になる。
Because why wouldn't it? I'm the main character.
はい。展開にとってはまさに良好だったでしょうね。姿をくらませていた私を発見できた上、その身に救済計画に必要な全情報が詰め込まれていたわけですから。
As Eel says this, he makes it sound like everything is his fault. He must feel responsible for it. It's okay, Eel. Don't make a face like that.
最終的に神たちの計画を阻止すれば良い話だ。
Thank you. As though saying this, Eel returns to his usual smile.
それで阻止する方法は？
救済計画のための超巨大なホール。すでに構築済みであろうそれを開かせないためには管理者である神を打つしかありません。しかし、まさに神の見業というか、あまりに巨大すぎるホールを御すべく、神はその身とホールを密に紐付けているはず。故に、ただ神を打つにしても、 加減せずにかのも
Yeah,
のを破壊すれば
just revoke
その
admin
衝撃が
privileges,
開
and
こ
then
う
it
と
should
して
be
いる
fine. You
ホー
won't
ルを
have
暴
access.
走させまあ人間界を含めた周囲の世界にとんでもない影響を与えるだろうね。ええ、それこそ人間界を含めたあらゆる異世界が天使たちが消失したという謎の危険な世界につながってしまう可能性も。
しかしイル、それはお前の言葉通りであるならば、逆に絶妙な加減で神を破壊すれば問題ない。
If we destroyed God delicately.
はい、その通りです。なるほどなるほど。仮に神の防御力を100とするならば101の値で破壊する必要がある。そういうことだね。
出力調整系か。俺が一番苦手な
Isn't Eo pretty good at that though? After Mikoto's easy to understand example, Meiser already shows signs of giving up. However, according to Eo, just hold back on power isn't quite what he's saying. The barrier protecting God was constructed from spirit energy from the furnace, and it's extremely strong. In terms of the human world, it's much like having the energy of the sun as your ally. Defeating that would require enough spirit energy or some alternative energy to destroy the sun. Miser can't control himself and everyone else. Ends up powered down when going to Kelm, right? Then everyone focuses their gazes on Neil.
はい。実質対応できるのはカエルムを故郷とする私だけということになりますね。
However, the requirements are difficult. Neil's face darkens as though saying
ま
this.
ず大前提として天使の攻撃は神に通じませんし、そもそも神の間近では体の自由すらも奪われる危険性がありますから。
I actually saw that happen before, so my face goes just as dark as Eel's. Energy needed to destroy God. A way to make attacks affect God. A way to oppose God's control. Without these three things, Eel has no chance to defeat God. Then what can we do? Right when the conversation ends up a total stalemate.
その件についてだが、ちょいと気になることがある。
Hey, bud. This voices. Epilogue. Welcome back. Did you take care of everything? After meeting up in the human world, Epilogue had gone on his own way for a while, and returned with a lively response.
おかげさんでな。他の打電士たちも無事 GPM とやらに保護してもらえたぜ。それで入った時に聞こえた神へ抗う方法について。
Epilogue, like I've been dwelling on this thought for thousands of years.
俺たちが根城にしてた研究所に来てみねえか？
研究所ですか？
ああ。あそこは天界カエルムっつう世界、それそのものの黎明期の研究所だ。つまり俺ら天使が生まれる前に人間たちが使用してた施設のはずなんだが、どうしてかそこにお前につながる記述があるんだ。
To Eel, you say. But
ええ、おかしいですね。当時はあくまで神の開発が進められていただけで、天使という概念はなかったは
did your
ずで
little
すが。
recollection apostle friends put you in?
ま、ここで説明するよりは実際に見た方が早いだろうよ。
Led by Epilogue, hiding in the presence of Ilanai, we head to Kelm.
ここは
The moment we enter the laboratory, Eel lets out a heart-ending voice. Ah, I see. So this was the place. I also recall his memory we saw in the tower. Eel approaches the center of the room and gently falls to his knees. He closes his eyes and softly puts his hands together in prayer. That's right. In the past, Eel spent the time here with the Apostles of Recollection, and it's the place where he killed them. Eel.
大丈夫です、ことね。私はただ あの時返せなかった言葉を祈りによって伝えただけ。私と出会ってくれてありがとうと。
I see. I'm sure those two are happy. After closing his eyes in a heart-rending way, Eo quickly stands back up, as though renewing his mood.
ですが、これであなた方が今まで無事に潜伏できていた理由が分かりました。ここは彼らが私の動きを封じた例のジャミングの術式を開発した場所です。端末に残されたデータを使い再構築、結界や監視の目をかいくぐるのに利用していたのですね。
ああ、それ自体を見つけたのは完全な偶然だけどな。死を司る追憶の使徒様が残したものってんなら、ジャミングの強力さにも納得だ。つっても悪用されないためか再構築には回数制限があったけどな。
Due to that, jamming can't be used anymore. He mutters this in a dejected way. Then all the information about Cam and the data records you talked about before are also...
まあその二人だろうよ。当時は関係ねえとよく見ずに放置してたが、今回のドタバタでそういやこんなもんがあったなと思い出してよ。今となっちゃ随分と気になる記述だぜ。
For some reason, Apology is looking at Ill with interest.
まあともかくデータを再生するぞ。劣化してるからところどころ欠けてるかもしれないが。
Apology starts operating it, and the window floating in the air displays text that I can't read. This seems to be the writing of Cam. The two of them start reading it aloud in a way for me to understand. It was a record left by a certain virtuous scientist who was involved in developing God. This is a record I leave for self-contention. I pray a person of sound character finds it. As a child, I arrived on this world over a decade ago. Those in power and my fellow scientists are foolish. They disrespect the spirit beasts who are friendly towards us, and aim to create forbidden technology. To create an autonomous artificial intelligence for total control over this world. A project to develop God. I thought it truly ludicrous, but unfortunately, I seem to possess special talents as a scientist. I was forced to participate in this development project, and imprisoned in this laboratory. I cannot hold back my disgust. Maintaining equilibrium is impossible. I'm sure this God would find its human creators unnecessary and exterminate them. Despite my objections, none of my colleagues would listen. In that case, I must fight alone. I have little time. Due to the unreasonable development schedule, my body is gnawed away by illness. I'm sure my life will be exhausted by the time God is completed. Before then, I must do something. Unseen by my colleagues, I decided to prepare two countermeasures. The first, forgotten by people at the end of prosperity. To preserve a way to return to Blank one day, I made the existence of Blank completely hidden. If the completed God, or people in power realize the existence and function of Blank, there is no mistake that they would misuse it. To do this, I made allies of the spirit beasts, captured in the laboratory as test subjects. Giving them a terminal with a unique concealment system, I succeeded in letting them escape. Using that system, combined with the power they wield, hiding that space itself from visible perception and physical contact using a special barrier, succeeded. Therefore, if I die, none will know the existence of that place. If possible, before then, I'd like to escape from here, and even if Blank, I'd like to return to dearly missed Blank. I also applied a genetic authentication system, so only me, as the exception, could discover it. But the hopes of that are slim. Also, the next countermeasure is my true intention. After completion, to prepare for God's episode, a way to neutralize all commands and functions. In the end, I will implement a self-destruct failsafe to implement into the artificial intelligence in secret. I shall call it
断罪プログラム
It's you. Or at least a piece of you.
お前に与えられた役割と同じだ。本当ならこのプログラムは神が人間を害した時に発動したんだろうな。
From there, it switches to Eel's friends. A record left by the Apostles of Recollection. However, the virtuous scientists made one miscalculation. That was putting the judgment program inside of the combat protocol in order to conceal it. That's right. After his death, the completed God created the first angel as a weapon, and he transferred that part of himself into the Apostle of Judgment. Therefore, after parting with it, God could process doing harm to humans without self-destructing. Humans, spirit beasts, all existence that threatened perpetuity were killed and used as materials for angels. However, in exchange, while the Apostle of Judgment was the most loyal individual to God, he was also the only individual created with the function to destroy God. If he awoke at his own will and determined God to be a threat, he could use that program, turn his blade against God, and overthrow him. There's a protocol sleeping deep within you, Eel. We just have to find the folder it's located in. Activate the protocol. After our shock at the truth, we started talking it over to piece it together. If we could manage to activate the judgment program within Eel, he wouldn't be restrained by a command like before. In fact, he could neutralize the functions of God.
生産者たる私に対し、お前たち天使の攻撃など、
Well, you're
霊力
special
の
little
還元
angel
に
Eel.
過ぎぬと知れ。
He could even destroy God? This is amazing. I think we found the one way to defeat that god. We were at a stalemate. Not completely stopped, but very slow. We were at a stalemate before, but now I see a ray of hope. Oh
問題は
no.
他にもある
The
が、
tracking
ひ
stopped.
とまずの手がかりにしちゃ上出来だぜ。
Oh, yes, no, it did stop. One moment, please. Let's see. Why are we being angry? We will try again. Your device. Start. And we're on again. You don't need to be so angry, little camera. There's no need for you to be that angry. Okay. Other issues to work out, but this is a great clue for now. Indeed, it is. When me and Epilogue look towards Eel with smiling faces. He's not gonna be smiling.
なるほど。エピロギ、その断罪プログラムの設計を記すコードなどは拾えていますか？
ああ、もちろんだ。ただ、暗号化が複雑すぎて、
You don't have
俺に
any
はちょいと
D
読み
encryptor?
解けねえな。
There we go.
私なら解読できるかもしれません。少し見せていただけますか？
Epilogue nods and switches places with Eel. You have a decryption key? Eel fiddles with the device, as well as the code for the judgment program. It scrolls by at high speed, with hundreds of thousands of strange symbols and letters, and after following it with his eyes...
なるほど。完全な解読には時間がかかりますが、確かにこの機能ならば、神の打倒が
The moment he says this, the movement of Eel's fingers stops suddenly. With wide open eyes, he stares intently at the window, and is left speechless. Eel, what's wrong?
何か問題でもあったか？
いえ、かなり複雑なコードだったので、少々驚いただけです。
I don't know if I believe that, Eel. I don't know if I believe that.
発動のためのパスワードも3日後には解けるかと。
おお、 救済計画の直前じゃねえか。なら死ぬ気で間に合わせねえとな。
ガンバ。
ただ、一つ確認させてくれ。ちょいと心配なことがあってな。
Something that worries you?
ああ、この記録を見る限り、断罪プログラムってのは神を自戒させるための機能だ。だからつまり、お前が神そのものとつながらねえと発動できねえってのは間違いない。
Or at the very least, deactivate his admin privileges so you would be the one in charge.
その必要があるでしょう。
We gotta give you more permissions than him.
その上で、彼と私の意識を一時的に同一化させる必要が出てきます。
What? There's a word I can't ignore and interrupt without thinking. What do you mean? Merge?
わかりやすく言いますと、再接続とはまた別の機能で、神と意識を共有することですね。
Is that really okay? You have to self-destruct after that. Wouldn't you pretty much be destroying yourself? This sounds like it would affect you.
ああ、いえ。心
No,
配
no
はい
need
り
to
ません
worry.
よ。
That's probably why you were reacting earlier. I'm shaken with unease. But to give me peace of mind, he'll gives me a cheerful smile.
意識の同一化というのは、神へ自戒を作用させるための一時的なものですから。もともと肉体も分離していますし、私に何ら影響はありませんよ。
Really? Then that's good.
では早速、この件を皆に知らせましょう。
Yeah. Following after a smiling eel, we leave the laboratory. Scene. Could you...
もしかして君？善なる科学者の魂と遺伝子を継ぐ優しいあなたへ。
Oh. Was this the... It said angels were made of a piece of flesh of the, I guess, like, smartest human, and also of code, essentially, I think, if I remember correctly. Was eel made from this scientist?
どうかあなたがこの機能を使う日が来ませんように。
The next day, resistance operations against the Salvation Project began. The way to overthrow God. The time estimated to repair the Judgment Program is 3 days later. The timing really was just before the Heavenly World executes its Salvation Project, but they likely know that we'll try to interfere. Using the memories of Solitus and Eel, they know the combat potential of Enchante. They would definitely take measures against us, so we divided the roles just in case. Just like back at Amasaki Island, Miser was to operate the wormhole from Earth. However, it won't be possible to completely close the wormhole, so this isn't anything but buying time. Epilogue will support Miser, and after God has been defeated, will search for and rescue abducted humans. Mikado and Mr. Rindo will lead evacuation of residents in the area, estimated for the wormhole to open. Ignis and Canis will hold off any angels likely to try and interfere with Miser. And Eel will hurry to ascend the tower and confront God using the Judgment Program before the Spirit Furnace starts to absorb. However, it sounds like one of the tower's functions is to deploy a barrier around it. The Judgment Program can't do anything to the tower itself. Like last time, it will be necessary to ascend from the inside. And while I should normally stay behind since I'd get in the way.
わがままなのは承知の上です。
Be clingy.
ですが私はあなたについてきてほしい。何があっても必ず守ります。どうか私の決着を。
I have a feeling that we're going to get to another choice where you're going to die before my eyes potentially. You'll ask me directly. Yes. No matter where it might be. I'll see it through to the end. I'm by your side. I don't have any reason to decline. I nod without hesitation. So our plans shall slowly unfold. Salvation time soon approached.
ホールの構築完成と霊力炉の稼働時刻が決まった。
In the heavens with God, the apostle of the oracle bows his
断
head.
罪の使徒は間違いなくこちらの計画を妨害しに来るだろう。前回はお前の意見を聞き、その身を逃がしたが、次はない。あれが私のもとにたどり着けば、必ずやその肉体を我が身へ戻す。
皇帝、決してあなた様の救済の妨害はさせません。二度とあれが落ちることがないよう、当個体が完全なるフォーマットを果たし。
In order to confront the apostle of judgment, to perform final maintenance on himself. After watching Soltis fly down to the tower, God plays to himself.
あれもまた替え時か。
What are you doing? Miser prepares his magic. GPM instructs residents to evacuate. While everyone fulfills their roles, Il and others rush to analyze the judgment program. As for things I can do to help everyone get even a little rest, continuing to brew delicious coffee is about all. Before I realized it, the time had flown by. It was night before our plan would take place. Getting intense. To prepare myself to see God, in my own room, I run a pen through a letter set. As I write the text, I ponder. To think a time would come when I, of all people, would try to destroy God. Several thousand years passed since my creation, and all that time, it never crossed my mind. Not even once. Nor had I the capacity to contemplate some things. I doubt anyone in heaven ever thought I could fall. While God, my creator, obviously understood such things, he is likely still angered by this. He likely thinks that if one creates a puppet, the very basis for emotion should have been erased from the start. However, we've said however probably like 50 times in the last hour, regardless of how much unnecessary is removed from angels as superior beings. And I myself is called the greatest masterpiece among those angels. Tracing back, the material for me was human. Such living beings were used as materials to create the upgraded life form, so of course they possess a soul. Even God couldn't remove that. He could only seal it away. That's right.
私たちには魂がある。
That's why I shall use that soul to make it possible to overthrow God. As I think of such things, my pen completes the final stroke.
書き終えてしまいましたね。手を尽くしましたが、結局、断罪プログラムを用いる以外の方法は
We're in a suicide mission, huh?
見つかりませんでし
That's
た。
what I feel like we're on. What I wrote were 2 letters. One of them, after staring down at it.
やはり残すのはエピロニ宛てのものだけにしておきましょう。
After changing my mind, I go to tear up the other letter, but unconsciously, the thing running down my cheek falls onto the letter.
情けないで
It's
すね。
okay, yo. It's okay to
心
cry.
を得てから私はずっと
The letter I was trying to destroy. That. I grip it tightly and press it against my cheek to hide my pathetic face.
どうしてやっと理解できると思ったのに、彼女と一緒に。
It's unfair. It's unfair. It's unfair. How many times did I repeat those words over the last 3 days? If possible, I would run away with her right at this moment. However, I've said however for the 51st time now. If I don't do this, everything ends. All the cherished things I'd built up will vanish along with this world. Then at least... Il, I like your smile. I must make this battle meaningful. To protect the time and place I spent along with her. This time, I stood a letter in a place that can't be found, and wipe away what's in my eyes. I'm sure she's likely still awake, and I go to her. I'm so nervous. I can't sleep. Kororo! Hello, Kororo. As I sit in bed, I hold Kororo and mutter this. No. To be exact, I don't feel like sleeping. I don't even have the willpower to change my clothes. As usual, the night at Enchante is peaceful. Even the sky looks so pretty. But tomorrow, right over Enchante, a battle with angels, where the fate of every person in the world will happen. I know, Kororo. Damn. It's like I wrote this or something. I did not write this. Yeah, I know, Kororo. After all this, it's still unbelievable. I wouldn't say anything like that. Maybe I just know Kororo too well. My reactions and Kotone's reactions, we understand Kororo. He's a good boy. Suddenly, a knock rings out. Everyone said they were going to bed early, in preparation for tomorrow. Who could it be? I wonder who. When I say come in. Ah.
起きていると思っていました。
Indeed I am. It was Il who visited, but he has a somewhat sad smile.
読めないとまた言われてしまうかもしれませんが、ことね、よければ私と
Midnight
デート
before
をしてもらえ
destruction
ないで
date?
しょうか。
Sure. Why not? Where are we going? After such a wonderful invitation, held by Il, we fly to the night sky and arrive at the same spot. Back then, the viewing deck we visited at the end of the date with him. How nostalgic. The night wind swaying my hair is the same as that time. Quietly, me and Il sit down on a table part of the scaffold. The two of us remain silent for a while and look down at the illumination of the city. Il suddenly closes the distance between us as he cuddles up to me. He begins to speak quietly.
あのデートの時のこと、本当にごめんなさい。
Huh? Back then? Could he mean?
私はあなたの自然な笑顔が好きなのです。それを取り戻すためならどのようなこともしてみせます。それこそ世界を敵に回すことさえも。他人の言葉を借りてあなたを励ますなど。
Okay, quoting things can be nice though sometimes, you know.
私はあの雰囲気であのセリフを言えば女性は元気になるものだと思っていて、私が模倣していた彼のセリフをそのまま再生してしまったのです。
Again, we go back to this fake it until you make it. If you like it, and you like the aesthetic of it, there's nothing wrong with imitating. As long as you adapt it to yourself and you don't play a facade your whole life, you know? I think there's a point in time for it. When Il admits this, I return a smile to him. It's okay. True, you may have chosen the words by referencing a video game. But it's also true that you showed me such a beautiful sight, wanting to cheer me up.
ありがとうございます。ですが不思議ですね。あれからそれほど時間は経過していないはずなのに、あの時のことが遠い昔のように思
Well,
います。
you've kind of dissociated for a while and came back, so like there's a lot that's happened in between now and then.
私がいるとして自己を確立していなかったがゆえに、当時の記憶を夢うつつのように感じているのでしょう。
You feel like there's someone else's memories? I understand that thought.
いえ、当時の私の人格こそが 夢だったと言うべきでしょうか。
Is that true? He did his best to propose a date, so I think he was the same gentle eel since back then. And supposing, even if he wasn't, you're here beside me now. And like this, you've cuddled up to me of your own will. You aren't a fictional person.
はい。
you aren't a fictional person, eel. Most certainly not. The wings on the eel's back flapped slightly. Or so I thought, but he was just using his wings to shield me from the night wind. How warm. As I entrust myself to him, he asked me an unexpected
こと
question.
ね。あなたはアンシャンテのことが好きですか？
I would think so, considering I've been working here for so long to get everything up and running, and I have a nice group of regulars. Of course. It's the place I met you and everyone. I like it a lot. And I'm confident that I'll like it from now on, and
そ
forever.
うですか。あなたがそう言ってくれてよかった。これで
Oops, I cut him off. I'm sorry, Eel. After Eel makes a decisive nod,
ことね。私はカビ殺しという新たな罪を背負います。無感情だった、操られていた、など、多くの命を奪ってきた言い訳になりません。私は今まで犯してきた罪を、この断罪で少しでも償うつもりです。
I have a feeling his atonement is the suicide mission.
私はもう、自分の使命から逃げない。
I cut him off again. I'm sorry, Eel. After Eel says this firmly, I understand, but you don't need to carry it out all alone. You have me, and everyone at Enchante. You're hurting. Eat a float or other sweets at the shop. Make merry with everyone and soothe your heart. That's right. This place will always be home to you too. Eel?
ええ、そうですね。必ず帰ります。たとえ、どんな形になったとしても。
Eel. After Eel says this, he draws me even closer. Understanding the meaning of this, I close my eyes, then... Oh! A kiss is gently dropped upon my lips. Right now. Only one such emotion exists in the world, and by his own will, he directs it towards me. The moment I feel it, a happiness I can't put into words fills my chest. For seconds, or tens of seconds. After feeling each other's warmth like this, reluctant to part, we press our lips together.
どれだけゲーム画面で見ていても、いざ大切な人とするとなると、緊張で震えてしまうものですね。
He was ready in theory. With a gentle smile, Eel starts drawing up bright futures.
すべてを終えて戻ったら、あなたとやりたいことがたくさんあるのです。まだ手伝いはシーツを干すことしか成功していませんから。
You did. You hung the sheets very well.
もっともっとあなたにとって頼れる男に。
Maybe because he looks forward to that future. Eel's wings sway happily.
次は皿洗いです。その次は料理。あなたと一緒に料理を作ってみたい。都会以外の場所にも行きたいですね。そうだ。あなたの故郷にもう一度行きましょう。あなたの生まれた家を見てみたい。それによく考えたらあの時は海をじっくり眺める暇もありませんでした。それから伝えたい言葉があるのです。私の胸に宿ったあなたへの温かな思い。きっと世界で唯一の私だけの思いを本当は今すぐにでも伝えたい。いえ、
You probably should tell me.
伝えるべきなのでしょうが。
It's all building up here. If you let it fall right now, we're gonna go through another harrowing situation.
でも、どうかそれは
Ew.
全てが終わるその時に。
Don't mention it then if you're not gonna say it. Feelings he wants to tell me. I immediately understood the meaning, but I won't say it. Instead, okay, I'll be waiting. I nodded with cheeks flushed hot with happiness.
ことね。私の心を奏でてくれた大切な音色よ。私の思いと歌はすべてあなたに捧げます。
He draws me close once more, and without hesitation, I answer his kiss again. Now it's time for everything to get harrowing, for Eel to potentially die. Then, just before noon on the big day, as though announcing the time, an evacuation alert echoes out. The government made an announcement, thanks to the distraction Miser made. There was the possibility of a mass disaster due to adverse weather conditions. How the government got people to believe such absurd stories is impressive. Also, the mass disaster trying to occur isn't due to a bit of abnormal weather. The sound of a cracking space was a signal for us to take action. Within moments, the sky begins to stain red. Then, in the center, just like on Amasaki Island, a giant wormhole begins opening to invade the human world. From that gap, a large number of figures fly out. They're probably angels trying to stop Miser. In that case, there was no mistake that the other side of the wormhole was the heavenly world Cal. More specifically, the spirit furnace trying to absorb humans for the God's Salvation Project. During this, we stand in front of the gate to immediately head to the heavenly world.
予想通り、戦闘用の天使はミシェルたちの足止めに全投入されてい
Ganbare,
るようですね。
everyone! I believe in you all.
ただし、一人を除いて。
No Solitus. Yeah. Eel's eyes narrow. He probably means him waiting for us at the tower.
断罪プログラム発動用のコード解析もなんとかギリギリ間に合ったな。準備はいいか、イル？
ええ、もちろんです。最後の懸念であった必要な霊力の件も任せてください。供給先の当てはありますので。
You have an idea for the supply source?
よし、それじゃあ。
ええ、炉の吸引が始まる前に反撃、いえ、反逆といきましょう。
Ganbare! At the same time, Eel makes a cheerful smile. Ignis and Conus, who are to help slow down the angels, come walking over with loud footsteps.
どれだけの戦力を揃えていようと、この町に、人間界に、
You guys.
断じて被害は出させん。だから安心して戦ってくるといい。帰りを待っているぞ。いることね。
Itterashai! See you later.
てめえのために働くんだ。戻ってきたらなんかおごれよな、いる。
そういえば私を箱入りと呼ばなくなって久しいですね。
今のお前にそんなあだ名は必要ねえだろ。
He's working hard.
行ってこい。上から目線のクソ野郎に目にもの見せてやれ。
ええ。
You all be careful too. After giving each other a last smile, Ignis, Epilogi, and everyone run off. Alright then. As though saying this, we go to open the door when there's a sudden ring on my smartphone. But we don't really have time to answer. It's from Karya, who's supposed to have evacuated.
きっと身を案じてくれているのでしょう。最低限の挨拶です。
I hope it's just a minimal greeting. Thanks, Seal. The connection's bad in here, so I'll take it as a— No, something's gonna happen! To put Karya at ease, I hurry outside to the gate room.
いや、ちょっとお邪魔するよ。
I hope something bad happens. I hope it's just them being like brothers.
おや、ミシェルどうしました？ホール抑止のために配置についたはずでは？
ちょっとイルに確認しておきたくてさ。本当に行くんだね。
ええ、もう決めたことです。これは私にしかできないことですから。やはりあなたは里い。あの話を聞いて気づいたの
Truly, you're a
ですね。
mysterious person to no end.
本当に。
He can read you.
そこの知れない不
You
思議
two
な
were
人だ。
just very close. You two were the first, after all.
あなたには大変お世話になりました。ここに来たばかりのことを ようやくすべて思い出せたのです。情けないことに、宗安に拾われたこと以外、ほとんど記憶が飛んでいまして。あなたが手を差し伸べてくれなければ、きっと私は琴音と出会えなかった。感謝しています。
いる。俺は。
それ以上は言わないでください。言うならどうか、一言だけ。
わかった。言っておいで、いる。君が守りたいものを守れるように。
はい、行ってきます。
Oh,
ミシェル、私
oh,
の
so
大
cute.
切な家族。
Sorry for the wait, Neil. Connor said he's... Huh? Miser, why are you here?
うん。一応、お見送りをしようと思ってね。二人とも、いってらっしゃい。
Yeah, when we get back, we'll have a tea party.
では、今度こそ行きましょう。すべてを
Off we
終わらせる
go.
ために。
Much like when we headed to Kelm to save Eel. I put my hand over his, slowly turning the doorknob, and head into the overflowing light. I should probably take a drink of water. Just put in a second. Lots of reading, too. Okay. After passing through the gate, is a contest of speed. The moment we're out, Eel picks me up and makes a straight line for the tower in the center of the world. As usual, in front of the tower is a door with a powerful barrier, but while it's trying its hardest, the arrows of light fired by Eel blow it down by force. We instantly enter inside. He says nothing to me to confirm, and just gives me a glance. And then takes off like a bullet, aiming for the summit where God is. An ordinary person wouldn't even be able to perceive the speed. Something white falling from above stops him. When he notices it, Eel takes a big turn. The falling slash light cuts through the feathers left by Eel in the air. Inside the tower. No. In Heavenly World Calm. Trying to stop us, there exists only one angel.
断じてこの先には行かせん。
Solitus.
やはり、あなたが立ちふさがりますか。それほど神の信託に。
信託だと。
After giving us a cynical laugh.
もはやそんなものはどうでもいい。
He's soft on you, Eel. So I'm pretty sure he's soft on you. Opposed to Eel's surprise, Solitus splits up in an obsessive shout.
今度こそお前を取り戻してみせる。お前が何度でも落ちるのなら、その度に塔個体が正すまで。
A little possessive, Solitus. I wonder where Eel gets it. There's only one thing on his face.
お前がいるべきは人間界ではない。この閉ざされた箱庭の世界。お前と塔個体が共に守り続けてきた世界だ。お前を元あるべき姿に戻し、落ちる原因となるその人間を殺す。
That's so rude. Right in front of my face. Nothing but pure anger.
ソリティス、あなたは。
After listening to Solitus' shouting, Eel relaxes the strength on his arm holding me. Forms walls of light into a cube and seals me inside, and faces straight at Solitus. Eel! It's like a cage of light floating in the air. From inside, I hurriedly call to him.
大丈夫ですよ。すぐに終わらせて、あなたと再び塔を登ります。ソリティス、彼女を狙っても無駄です。あの結界は私の霊力と直接リンクしています。彼女を殺したければまず私を殺しなさい。
I don't intend to be killed.
殺されるつもりも毛頭ありませ
Even
んが
though this whole mission perhaps could be seen as a suicide mission.
ならば、お前をフォーマットし結界が解けたところで殺せばいい話だ。
させません。
They glare sharply at each other. In this tower piercing the heavens, only these two angels exist within. When I blink my eyes, dried in nervousness, their forms vanish in the moment. Light and spear clash together. The two lights race through the tower like a gale, at a speed the human eye can't discern. Even Kotone likely cannot tell what's occurring before her eyes. However, as one of those fighting, I have a calm grasp of the situation. Get him, Eel. No, not you. Not you. Eel, get him. When I fire a rain of light from Saltus's back, small spears of light fire to oppose it. In terms of number and power, I currently had the upper hand, but
私は打天使能力が低下しています。使用できる霊力も現時点では限られている。
You don't have an official, not official, an efficient. You've lost your connection to God, who helped provide the efficient path to the spirit energy, so.
加えこの狭い空間での戦闘、近接戦闘に特
He's
化し
got
た
a
ソリツ
spear
の
that
有利
reaches
な
that
のは
far.
明らか。
What a noise. As expected, hidden behind the lights, Saltus closes in with spear in hand. I promptly choose to evade and execute it. After barely almost hitting the wall, I immediately turn. This time I take his back and pursue him. With no care for damaging the surroundings, I continue to fire attacks incessantly, only looking to bring him down. However, he accelerates to overtake me, and when he passes, as we intersect, he launches a single attack at extreme speed. While I had been blocking him with barriers, ouch! His spear finally grazes my arm. The compulsory command we're missing a word here. The compulsory command instantly probably flows through the wound and encroaches my brain. Of course, Saltus wouldn't miss such a chance.
メイズ、断罪の使徒、今すぐ戦闘行動の停止を。
Use your power of your determination, Eel.
その権限を破壊する。
I activate the judgment plan. In exchange for a burning pain, part of God's functions, the oracle in my body is destroyed.
強制命令を無効化しただと。
こちらにも切り札がありまして、さすがに3度も同じでは食いません。
Come prepared today.
ならば、意識を奪い抵抗すらさせぬまで。
Saltus grasps his spear in one hand. I immediately understood what he means. I go to oppose it with the same attack. I don't know, I heard him breathing in. We're not about to scream again, Neil. I inhale, vibrate my throat, and extend my arm. Song and song turn to different shades of light bombardments and collide. While intense, the battle is beautiful. If someone witnessed the spectacle, they would likely describe it that way. The mid-air battle ebbs and flows. Soaring through the tower at high speed, I close the distance. Take my distance. Attacking and defending, depending on the time. However, my brain makes a calm determination. Because I lack spirit energy, I cannot fire a decisive blow. At this rate, I cannot win.
けれど、引きはしない。
Determination.
今の私には
I'm believing you now.
守るべきものが、守りたい世界が、守りたい人が、琴音がいるのだから。
I think of her and inhale deeply once more. Then, I play it out. I change the somber feelings into song. The melody I weave takes shape and counters every attack that Saltus unleashes. Here and now, born for the first time. My first spell, still unnamed by anyone. A blessing of light created by me.
お前はなぜそのような顔を
Because he's determined and feels joy and emotion, and you're just a sad, angry little man. While handling his spear, Saltus shouts at me as I smile and sing.
それもそうでしょ
It's because right now, I'm not singing to defeat him. Simply, with all my heart, I sing with feelings for Kotone, entirely devoted to her. Fighting, magic, are nothing but extra results.
ああ不思議だなぜか自然と笑みが浮かんでくる
You're in a good mood.
この満ち足りた気持ちを人は何と呼ぶのだろう
Joy,
彼らは何と呼んだのだろう
love. It's not to take. I sing to protect what I cherish. I wonder if this song is reaching them, who have already passed on. It was a song filled with love.
届いていると信じよ
Reach them. Reach those two. And reach Kotone.
うああ残念だ私は叶うのなら永遠に
Oh no, I cut him off again. But there's no time. No time would be enough. While reluctant, I should end this soon. The time of judgment draws near.
お前を停止させるためならばこの身が砕けようといとわぬ
So hardcore, Solitus. Perhaps out of irritation, despite taking arrows flying into him, Solitus flaps his white wings, and approaches me. His spear approaches at high speed. It would be impossible to avoid from here. A simple barrier would likely be breached. In that case, I'll abandon fighting as an angel.
お前の砲術ってやつ確かに強力なんだろうけどよ接近戦に持ち込まれたらどうするんだいいか万が一てめえの得意な空中戦で相手が懐にまで飛び
Aiden
込
has
んで
given
き
us
たら
fighting tips. He would be a man as.
深く考えねえでとにかく思いっきり
Don't think, just feel!
蹴り上げる
Kick him straight up. With no form or anything, I do an excessively crude kick straight up. However, it makes an impressive direct hit. At the completely unexpected move and impact, Solitus lets go of his spear, then... Whoosh. I lower my raised foot and drive my heel into Solitus's body. Having released the spear of the Oracle, his body begins to plummet at full force. I folded my own wings and dive after him in pursuit.
我が手に戻る
That's not how you win someone over, Solitus. The spear, spinning through the air, immediately teleports back into Solitus' hand. He then takes up a posture to counterattack me.
あいるか何少々素振りをしていただけだ貸してやりたいところだがお前の力ではまともに振るうことはできんだろうお前の翼を生かし高所から重力を利用して振るえばあるいは可能かもしれんが
Getting tips from the regulars? I deploy a bright magic circle at my back. I roughly thrust my hand into it. And not arrows, but a far longer bladed weapon immediately takes form. I remove it as though swinging it down.
剣だと
Saltus's face turns to surprise, taking that chance. Ooh, shouting again. I drive the sword of light down, its power burning even in my own palms. It's received, but I doubt even this would be enough to finish him. I just have one aim, to keep this man falling. As though saying I won't let him take flight, I keep putting strength into my arms and hold Saltus down further and further. However, the sword is immaterial. It's no match for a spear made by God, and quickly begins to crack. But I don't mind. The lowest floor is already right before my eyes.
俺の魔法が大雑把すぎていかがなものか。
Don't think, just feel. That's probably, you know, that's probably my sister's motto. Don't think, just feel.
それにいざという時が訪れるかはわからないけど、イルだって追い詰められた時は計算なんて放り出して自爆覚悟で戦う覚悟が
Don't think, just feel. That's right. Don't think. Calculations are unnecessary. Just act as you see fit. Something not for the record of any angel. What Kotone extended her hand to save. My own self who lived at Enchante. Using the personality that eel built up. When the sword of light shatters, Saltus' spear is also knocked away. Aiming for that moment, I deploy another attack spell at my back. I press myself against Saltus and grip his body with force.
何よ
No screaming, eel. My own body and his. Together with a powerful bombardment of light, all are slammed into the tower's lowest floor. Together with Solitus, we tumble on the floor, groaning in pain. Punch him, eel!
神聖霊力炉より肉体修復用の霊力を
その権限を
You do not have admin privileges to. Oh my gosh, I forgot his name. Right as I was about to say it. It would be a bad joke if he got refreshed. So I used the judgment program to sever his connection to the spirit furnace. Solitus, yes. Fortunately, being on the bottom, he took far more damage. It should have been enough to subdue him. Somehow, I get the strength in my arms to raise my body, as I make a face straining in pain.
認めんあのような
Well, you gotta accept it, you don't have the admin privileges. And I just revoked some of yours.
洗練さのかけらもない天使にお前にふさわしくない粗暴で無駄な戦術に
Well, if you
敗
couldn't
北す
act
るなど
gracefully and deflect such crude and wasteful tactics, then is it really that... Is it really that bad? I think you're the one here that needs to... You need to get good, dude. Likewise, he drags his arms and legs to rise up, and Solitus repeats his unacceptance as our gazes intersect.
あなたが私の大事な人を殺すと言った時点で戦い方になどこだわるつもりはありませんでした。
With my consciousness cleared up, I use my own spirit energy to close my wounds, and slowly look towards the heavens, the barrier floating in the air. Seeing Kotone inside, and confirming her to be safe, I feel relieved. As promised, when I stand up to return to her,
行くな
Solitus, much like when I fell into despair, starts desperately begging me to stop. His voice sounds weaker than ever before, and the cold light in his eyes is gone.
行けばお前は神に返される殺される東古体の世界から消失する
So possesses Solitus.
だから
Just like me. His will was controlled by God. The things sealed away. Solitus is true.
聞くななぜお前は東古体が追いかけるほどに逃げるのだなぜ伝わらない東古体は私は
I can't live without you.
お前という長年そばにいた友を失いたくなかっただけだというのに
The tune of emotions being born rings out. Ah, I see. So that's why. Why he didn't care about the means. Why he was so stubborn about recovering me. The true reason was... Several thousand years ago, from the time of our creation, when neither of us had emotions.
断罪の使徒よ これより当個体とお前お前の隣に並べる個体は当個体のみ。当個体の隣に並べる個体もまた、
Bordering that yandere possessiveness.
故に、共に神の領域として、この世界の安寧を守護することを、当個体と契約せよ。
Thinking back, even though I didn't possess the will to reply, despite understanding that, he always continued to talk to me.
現在確認できる罪人の全断罪を確認した。新たな信託が降りるまで、バイオ層にて活動を停止せよ。断罪の使徒よ。その間のお前のメンテナンスは、同個体自ら担当する。案ずるな、断罪の使徒。仮に欠陥品や侵入者がこの先長く現れず、何百、
Am I in a love square with
お前が目覚める機会が訪れる
Eel, my grandfather, and Solitus?
当個体はお前のスペックを完璧に維持し、その隣にあり続ける。なぜなら当個体は、お前の片翼なのだから。
Why did I never realize this? Big yawn. It's already 11:30 after all. It is quite late. Here I thought this was going to be a short stream. I think we'll probably fill out the stream just fine. Saying things like no need for concern. One would never say such a thing to someone truly considered to be a mere puppet. A mere puppet? A mere puppet.
気づいていますか、ソリティス。あなたの翼、少しだけ黒ずんでいます。神からの信託も、もう聞こえないでしょう。いずれきっと私と同じく、黒き翼が混じり始めるはず。
It's likely that God had noticed Solitus' emotions toward me, but twisted and manipulated him to use him.
あなたが私に抱いたその執着は、紛れもない感情です。あなたはずっと、あなた自身が否定してきた感情によって、私を追いかけていたのですよ。
That emotion he holds, I was taken advantage of, is likely what people call friendship. No, don't scream too. No screaming. The emotions that Solitus loses control of echo out through the tower. Then, after catching his breath, he mutters feebly.
殺せ。追憶の人の仇を取るがいい。
殺しません。私はまだ誰かを恨めるほど感情が育っていませんから。ソリツ、私は確かにかつてあなたによって絶望しましたが、あなたが隣にいた間は少なくとも孤独ではなかった。
There's nothing more I can say. I stand up and flap my wings.
さようなら。あなたが正しく落ちることを願っています。
If you're a good little boy, behave yourself. I know a place where you can hang out. I soar to meet back up with Kotone. Despite knowing his unrest and grief, I cast it all aside and leave him.
正しく落ちろだと。信託も持ち得ぬ私には、もはや何一つわからない。
You'll figure it out.
お前は、私にどうしろというのだ。
After settling things with Solitus, Eel dispels the barrier and picks me up again. Then we fly towards the summit. Eel, is Solitus...
彼ならばきっと大丈夫。私の相棒だった男ですから。それよりも急ぎましょう。戦いが予定よりも長引きました。
頑張る。
霊力炉の稼働時刻が迫っています。
But hurry. We got this. From there, nobody got in our way. Like a shooting star, Eel continues soaring straight up to the seat of God. We finally reach the summit and land before God's eyes, but the beautiful light floating in the sky feels abnormally cold. In the sky above is a giant wormhole. It's right up close. Matching the sounds from the pipe organ, the spirit furnace begins to glimmer divinely, as though seeking an offering for salvation. The wormhole is open. Don't tell me it's already...
いいえ、まだ間に合います。霊力炉が完全起動する前に。
ほう。どう間に合わせるというのだ。
At the summit blessed by the light of the spirit furnace, the pipe organ bathed in that light, God asks Eel a question. However, Eel doesn't lose his composure, and faces the opponent he intends to overthrow.
神よ、最後の忠告です。どうか考え直してはいただけませんか。あなたが掲げる救済は、かつてあなたが不要だと切り捨てた人間と同じ。いいえ、それ以上の傲慢な罪です。
ならぬ。このままでは、カエルムの安寧が、普遍が崩壊するがゆえに。
そうですか。ならば私が取る行動は、
In that
ただ
case,
一つ。
I'll just have to come in and overwrite your permissions. After God's unwavering intentions, this time Eel shows clear hostility.
普遍と安寧を否定はしません。誰にでも失いたくないものや永遠に残したいものは存在するでしょう。
We saw how well that worked out in Inazuma.
ですが、だからといって前に進みたいと思うものを切り捨てることを認めることはできない。故にあなたを撃つ。これが私の最後の断罪だ。
ほう。私の前では指先一つ動かせぬお前に何ができると。
Like last time, God plays his tune to make Eel submit. However,
何？
due to Eel's judgment program, it's instantly neutralized.
個体番号オールゼロの生体コードスキャン解析を開始。断罪プログラムだと。あの小賢しい男の異物か。
God appears to recognize the existence of the virtuous scientist and shows a tone of unrest for the first time. Even that God has lost composure. The God that always had a cold voice and treated Eel as nothing more than a puppet. To him, the judgment program must just be that threatening. We can do it. At this rate, we can win. When I start to feel confident,
理解した。確かにそのプログラムを有するお前は、私を破壊できる唯一の天使なのだろう。しかし、お前にはできまいよ。
as it will destroy you too. Something like that, right?
あれだけ無様に人形に戻りたくないとわめいていたお前にはな。
A sneering answer is returned, which crushes that hope. What? Return to being a puppet? What does that mean? When I asked, trying to know more, Eel keeps his eyes averted and doesn't answer at all. The one answer was, the enemy we intended to defeat now. Bitrate
理
has
解
gone
していなかっ
to
たか
crap, hasn't it?
人間。断罪プロ
Balance
グラ
out, I
ムとは
believe in you.
私を自戒させるためのもの。
We might have balanced out. Gambaru. Gambaru internet. I believe in you. I know that much. That's why he said he needs to temporarily merge his consciousness with yours.
意識の同一化というのは神へ自戒を作用させるための一時的なものですから。
You lied to me, Eel, did you?
もともと肉体も分離していますし、私に何ら
Did
影
you
響
lie
は
to
あり
me?
ませんよ。
But Eel said him. But Eel himself said it would be fine.
その認識の誤りを指摘する。一時的では不十分だ。さらに言えば、同一化の真の条件は意識だけではなく、断罪の使徒の存在そのもの、すなわち入れ物たる肉体以外の感情、意志、その存在たる魂を代償に
I
行
had a
われる。
feeling. Considering him being cagey, I had a feeling. I let out a hoarse breath. And what that means. The true meaning.
理解したか、人間。事実上一心となった私を破壊すれば、断罪の使徒はその魂ごと砕け散り、生命とし
Can
て
we
も
just
機
make a
能
backup
し
of
ない
him somewhere?
正真正銘の壊れた人形と化す。
We talked about this earlier whenever he lost it the last time you guys reset him.
二度と叶わぬと知れ。
Just make a backup, keep it on a thumb drive, and then whenever God is destroyed, then I'll just plug it back in and be fine. In mere moments, my hope is completely repainted in despair. Eel, this is a lie, right? What God's saying, everything. After all, back at that time, you said it would be okay. I immediately seek an answer from him, but
嘘をついてごめんなさい。
the words he offered me were no comfort, no lie, but simply straightforward, as if that were the only way. They were words of despair. Then, if he destroys God, Eel will. Why? You finally regained your emotions. You were finally supposed to be free.
ですが、このままでは霊力炉が稼働し、何もかもが終わってしまうのです。あなたの世界が、あなたのアンシャンテが、私が帰るべきアンシャンテが。
He says it's the place for him to go home to. But that won't be possible. Eel simply gazes up at God in silence.
揺るがぬか。だが、同一化し、断罪プログラムを起動させたとして、私の破壊に用いる力をそのプログラムにて行えるのは、あくまで私の破壊権限を得る。だとして、私を破壊するには、圧倒的に霊力が足らぬであろう。当然、逆賊に霊力炉を使用する権限などあるはずもない。
そんなことは承知の上です。しかし、神よ、やはりあなたは傲慢だ。かつてあなたを生み出した強欲な権力者たちと同じように。どうして今まで自分の体同然に利用してきた霊力炉の中身を把握していなかったのか。
何？
Eel quietly speaks in an admonishing way.
この塔の研究室に保管されるサーバー・ミカエル。生き死ににかかわらず、この世すべての天使の記録、いいえ、記憶を保管する膨大な精神領域。
おめでとう。
おめでとう。
それに触れたとき、私はとある事実を知りました。我ら天使は元をたどれば祖は人間。故に魂があり、だからこそ感情が芽生え、打点する。死して体を失い、霊力炉に返されたとしても、その事実は変わらない。あなたと私が今まで奪ってきた天使の命が、魂が、意志が、あの霊力炉の中には残っている。確かに、あなたは霊力炉の機能すべてを掌握しているのでしょうが、まさかそこに宿る
幾千幾万の魂を操る術までは有していないでしょう。彼らが自発的に私へ霊力を供給してくれるならば、私はあなたを破壊できる。
魂が霊力炉に残る。バカな、そんなことが。
神よ、再三望まれていた通り、この身をあなたに返しましょう。ただし、私が下す最後の断罪とともに。
When Il shouts loudly, light, much like fireworks, erupts from his body. The merger with God. As though displaying its beginning, the wings on his back turn to pure white. This overly beautiful spectacle is hope for the world and despair for me. I'm sure he won't stop now. There's no way he can stop. After all, Il found determination and came all the way here. That's why all I can do is cling to his body in a pathetic way. You said that there were a lot of things you want to do with me. That you want to do more chores, that you want to visit my hometown. Me too. A future with you. I wanted to be with you more. My feelings overflow and I can't hide them from him. His voice chokes up slightly, but that hesitation turns to a smile.
できるなら私もあなたと光ある未来を歩みたかった。
Save you on a thumb drive. Just be fine, okay? We'll find you. We have to give up this body. We'll find you a new one. We'll download your thoughts, your soul. It'll be fine. That's how that works, right?
やっと得た心を手放したくない。壊れた人形になどなりたくない。あなたと共にもっともっといろんなですが、その生きる場所が私たちの大切な思い出の世界がこのままでは失われるのです。だからどうかこれ以上は引き止めないで、最後ぐらいは男らしく格好をつけてあなたにこの姿を
You want the view of you dying
記
to
憶
be
に焼
burned
き付
into
けて
my
もらいたいので
memories?
す。
With a gentle voice, Il steps further ahead. Then, as though shaking off all lingering attachments, he takes a deep breath and raises his head.
炉の内に返された同胞たちよ、私の罪たちよ、今すぐその瞳を開け。
With emotion, offering up his soul to God, he shouts loudly.
断罪者たる私が権限を持ってその眠りを破壊する。そして神の一部として許可する。思考せよ。何が正しく何が間違っているのか。神に味方するもよし、私に味方するもよし。ミカエルのうちにて私の心に触れ、その胸に説明できない何かが生まれたのならば、強制はしない。その感情に従い行動せよ。
やめろ。
Yamero. God's control doesn't make it in time. The spirit furnace floating in the sky temporarily stops his absorption actions. It begins to pulsate. From there, without God's command, countless bits of light fall like snow. Each one has a will, a soul.
皇帝、断罪の天使よ。その発言の意味を完全に理解することはできないが、その叫びとともに、この胸に宿った温度に準じ、あなたへの火星を選択する。
Some ally themselves with you.
冗談じゃない。僕を顔色一つ変えずに殺したお前に手なんて貸せるものかよ。
Some give themselves to God. As more and more light falls into Il's body.
ならば、霊力が満ちる前に貴
Job,
様を破壊すればよいだけのこと。
We're not done yet. Without waiting for the angels to finish, God decides to eliminate Eel. Just like when he was being controlled, giant circles of light stack onto each other, collect the falling light.
大規模破壊術式第2位ケルビムを発動
Due to the merger, and focusing on absorbing spirit energy, Eel can't counterattack or defend himself. After a span of only seconds, the arrogant light of God's wrath faces
標
us.
準固定私自らこの愚かなる人形もどきに断罪を
As though interrupting that.
させる
Soldiers! Finally not being a pain in the ass anymore. Like saying he won't let his friend die. A life in sacrifice. An angel full of song. Don't scream. The spear of the oracle is lunged into the air. The desperate throw crashes into God's strike. With the recoil, the intruder from the tower, Saltus is blown away, but disregards this and shouts.
今こそ断罪を神殺しを成し遂げよ我が友イルファドデリエ
As though responding to a shout. Gently, the last grain. No. 2 grains of red and blue spirit energy fall into Eel's body.
友よ
私たちの魂でよければいくらでもあなたの背中を押すわ。
Taking them into his palms, as though embracing them. Eel takes them into his body then.
やめろ私はまだこの安寧を普遍を権力を手放すつもりなど
God's decree finally reveals his true nature. Ignoring the begging, Eel declares.
霊力の吸収を完了。破壊術式第1位セラフィムを私の専用術式として再構築する。
Light gathers. To end everything. Light to take the person I cherish away. A shining bow and arrow. It appears into Eel's hands. And he draws it. Aimed at God's center. The merger with God progresses. As emotion vanishes from his eyes. Overflowing light gathers into the arrow's tip. I'm sure when it all gathers there, the approaching end will be. No matter what reasons I'm told, there's no way I can accept it. Do I want to cling to him? Or do I want to support him? Even I don't know. All I do is desperately embrace his body. But Eel is losing the ability to even understand the meaning of my trembling.
怖いですね。自分から感情を手放すということ。体はここにあるのに、まるで自分が砂のように崩れ落ちていく気分です。
But yet he continues, despite the noise in his voice.
逆に考えれば、失うことを惜しいと、恐ろしいと思えるほどに大切なものが私のうちに生まれたという、それは間違いなくあなたとあなたのいるアンシャンテで、だからそれを無駄に無にはさせない。
His heart, his emotions that he finally reclaimed, are disappearing. He's turning empty.
ああ、そろそろですかね。怖いとは何だったか、辛いとは何だったか、もうそれさえ思い。
Well, all I can do is grieve at the unfair fate before my eyes.
ことね、私は
A somewhat gentle voice drops. Huh? When I look up, Eel is desperately using his broken emotions to give me a smile.
私はあなたが好きだと言ってくれた笑顔で晴れていますか
Eel.
できるなら最後の瞬間までその
Strength leaves Eel's knees, but I quickly support him. This is no good. No matter how he arranges his words, his will is unchanged. And I came to like that honest and straightforward Eel. I can't deny that. In that case, at least, it's okay, Eel. Your smile is really beautiful. With a pathetically shaking voice that even I want to laugh at, I answer. Then I shut my eyelids tight, to force the tears blurring my eyes. To force the tears blurring my sight to fall out. To burn his smiling face into my eyes.
ありがとう
Drops flow from Eel's eyes as well.
やはり感情とは不思議だ悲しみ以外の理由で涙を流せるものなのか
Come on. Let's get through this just so we can find the hidden thumb drive somewhere.
この涙とあなたとの記憶とともに言葉にならない最後に残ったこの感情
Already, he probably lost self-awareness, but Eel's voice desperately stringing words together are brimming with happiness.
ことねあの約束を今果たしますね最後にあなたへ伝えたい
Show me, Neo.
言葉が
Promise. Right. Eel finally reached it. What he promised to declare back then. The signal of our parting. And that emotion. But I was the one who made him promise. I'm wanting to teach him. So, I won't say anything selfish anymore and accept his words straight on. Okay. I said I would wait after all. Tell me, Eel, with that smile and voice I like so much. Eel makes a small nod at my words, and narrows his eyes with fading light.
この世界に生まれ落ちてあなたに出会えてよかった愛してる
That was his last song. His fingers fall limp with no strength. The bow of judgment is released. The grand body of God shatters into shards of metal, and at that time, all of the heavenly world calm is engulfed in a gentle light. Was I really on the bad route? No! Was I really on the bad route? This is the first time I've gotten so lucky. I can't complain, I guess, but we'll have to wait and see if there's an epilogue. I hope I'm not on the bad route. That's gonna be so much stuff to go through to be able to backtrack and get a good route. That's gonna be insane. Do you know how long ago we made that save? That was a while back. Chapter before it's been like 2 hours. Take this opportunity to take a drink. I really hope this is not a bad end. I might cry a little bit if this is a bad end. I put so much work into it tonight. Okay. Give me the epilogue. Show me the good end. Show me the happy end. Don't make me cry. Okay. Alright. I want to see. Lots of confusion noises. Not even noises. Confusion dot dot dots. Confusion ellipses. To my cherished Katone, if you are reading this letter, then everything must have ended as we hoped. Please forgive me for explaining everything to you much after the fact. However, I simply couldn't bear to reveal what would happen to me to you beforehand. If I did, in the end, I wouldn't want to leave your side, and I would betray my determination to oppose perpetuity. After slaying God, I would likely enter a state near death, barely something that can be called alive. However, if by chance, if my shattered soul, by some miracle, even the smallest fragment remains, Kotone, at that time, once more, do we re-download your memories and your soul? Saved by Michael? The letter cuts off there. After all this time, I happened to visit his room to clean up, but to think I'd find something like this. It was shoved in the back of the shelf, as if to hide it, so I assumed Eel hadn't wanted it to be found. He must have written it to seal his determination, or to caution himself. Eel, even to the very end, even into the very end, you're unfair. 1 year passed since he exchanged his soul to put an end to God's salvation initiative. With God slain, Cam was flung into a state of chaos. God, who had been the supreme ruler, had now disappeared. That's only natural. In particular, the confusion of normal angels who suddenly sprouted emotions with God's death was monumental. Right now, Solitus with Epilogy as the representative of fallen angels, and others keep all of them in order. A world entirely dependent on God until now will likely take a long time to truly become self-reliant. During this, after slaying God, Eel's emotions and soul were shattered. And afterwards, exactly as God said. This time, in the truest sense, he was no more than a broken puppet, lying strewn out and collapsed. With no strength, cannot stand or sit, or even raise his head on his own. In fact, he doesn't even breathe. I can't hear his heartbeat. The key that saved him before, the memory server Michael in the tower, broke along with the destruction of God. With the faintest hope, we all tried taking Eel to see Titania, but I could no longer see Eel's mind, she said, and could do nothing but sadly shake her head. In other words, that means his soul has been completely lost. Of course, in such a state, Eel can't live any sort of decent life in the human world or on Enchante. So at present, he quietly sleeps alone in the nourishing tank in this tower facility, at least trying to restore his bodily functions. But even that, it's nothing more than a blind shot. Never again will a miracle like that occur. When God told me that back then, it turns to sadness and shakes my heart. To hold back what's trying to fill my eyes, I bite my lip. I need to open the shop soon. Simply grieving won't change anything. If he's going to return, it would have happened already. There's only one thing I can do. I need to work harder, as the owner. Enchante. I need to protect the place he protected. At the same time, at the summit of the tower at the center of Kaon, Soltis gazes at God's hollowed body with mixed feelings. While the slaying of God completely shattered the mechanical body, at Soltis' discretion, he ordered that at least the outer shell should be repaired to a minimum. Of course, he had no desire to restore God. He simply wished that no one could ever exert a will for domination is allowed on Kaon. It is to remain as a symbol of warning. How many times have I repeated this line? As Soltis thinks to himself, the presence of a familiar man appears at his back.
Yo, Solitus. 姿が見えねえと思ったら、やっぱここにいたか。お前は暇さえありゃここで黄昏れてんな。
This fallen angel. Epilogue is a strange man. We were once enemies, yet he speaks to me so casually. It's what Solstice still thinks. However, he understands it's because of that personality that he's been able to prevent a fallen angel uprising to this day.
ここに来るたびに己の罪を認識する。イルファドでリー。彼を友と呼んでおきながら、私は長きにわたり、どれだけむごい仕打ちをしてきたのか。
そりゃ、まあ事実だろうけどよ。お前だって神に接続されてた以上は操られてたんだろう。
そんなものは言い訳にすらなり、私が実行した以上は、
I keep cutting him off. I feel bad. I'm sorry. The wings on Soltis' back in the end never turned to fallen color and remained pure white. While he understands this is due to God being slain before he completely fell, he believes his wings are the evidence of his sins. Every time he catches sight of his wings, he says this to himself. Oh no, don't say that.
ソリトゥス、そいつは
理解している。そのような形で己の罪から逃げることはしない。償いにはならぬだろうが、せめてこれ以上イルに新たな仕打ちはすまい。
いいのか。他の天使たちからは抜け殻になったあいつを新しい神に据えるよう嘆願が出てる。イルが俺宛てに残した手紙にもそうするように書いてあったろ。
却下する。それは神という名の人柱だろう。それがたとえ彼自身が望んだことだとしても。
I don't want to speak more on the subject. Following his own heart saying this, Soltis decides to change the subject.
イルの身体検査およびメンテナンスの予定時刻が迫っている。行くぞ。
He's not here, he's broken out. Saying this to Epilogue, Soltis heads to the nourishing tank where he sleeps. However, inside the nourishing tank where he should be, it's empty. It was empty. Looking at the floor, there seems to be shards of the broken nourishing tank.
バカな。いねえだと。あいつが自分で動けるは
Oh
ずがね
my
えし。
gosh.
もしかしてあいつを神に担ぎ上げようとしてる連中にさらわれでも。
Is this meant to reflect the empty tomb of Jesus?
ってうだうだ考えても仕方ねえ。すぐさまカエルの銃を。
Oh goodness. I swear this is meant to reflect that.
その必要はない。
Epilogue looked like he'd fly off at any second, but Soltis stops him. The shards on the floor are from inside toward the outside. After seeing them strewn like this, he already had a guess.
我らへの手紙に残されていただろう。もし自分に魂が一かけらでも残っていたのなら。
まさか。けどよ、仮にそうだとしても感情は。
確かに完全に失われているだろう。だが忘れたのか。彼が感情を捨てたのも感情を取り戻したのも、その全ては 淡き琴音のためだ。
And there's a will, there's a way. In that case,
彼に一から感情を生み出すのもまた彼女なのだろう。
oh, how did it get put on auto? No wonder it's going through. Hey, 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 don't auto. Don't auto. Don't auto. I say auto. It was like any other day at Cafe Enchante. Several hours later, the customers ordered coffee and snacks depending on their mood and relaxed around this time. Unusually today, all the regulars had been around since morning. No. All but one.
あれからちょうど今日で1年か。
区切りがいいせいか、あの時の異常気象、展開が明けたホールのことがあちこちでまた取り上げられてるね。
ま、規模が規模だったからね。避難勧告まで出しちゃったし、完全には情報を消しきれないよ。
イルはまだ向こうで眠り続けているのだろうな。
For a moment, Kana sends a consoling look in my direction, but as if saying I don't mind, I wave my hand and smile. When everyone talks about Eel with consideration, that makes me far sadder.
展開からの連絡がないということは、やはり未だ変化がないのだろう。
バカだよな、あいつ。たったの3日だぞ。そんだけしか本当の意味で自由や心を得られなかったってのによ。それっぽっちで満足して、俺らに黙って勝手にあんな終わり方を決めやがって。
そうだね。彼の人生はあまりに自由がなさすぎた。
それだけ、イルにとってはこのアンシャンテで得たものが大きかったんだろうね。
If that's true, I'd be happy. But among that, not having you here too makes me this sad, Eel. Luckily, nobody heard me say that to myself. So you think? Afterwards, a while later, and in another coincidence, everyone had some business to attend to. Rindo heads to GPM. Everyone else needs to go back to their own worlds for a time. To see off today's last guest, Miser, I stand in front of the gate.
今日も美味しいコーヒーごちそうさま。
Thanks. I'll be awaiting your visit tomorrow, too. Miser grabs the doorknob and goes to open the door, but... he says, and stops for a moment.
そういえば今日、裏庭にシーツ干してなかった？今日夕方から雨だったと思うけど。
Oh, that's right. Thanks for reminding me, Miser. Alright, I'll go right now.
裏庭にシーツか。あの場所とこの店がある限り、君と彼女の思い出が色褪せることはないんだろうね。いる。
After hurrying to the backyard, I quickly start taking down the sheets. Alright then. The sheets used in my room are small, so I finish those really easily, but... Whoa! The sheets used in the other rooms are a lot bigger. They're rather hard to handle. I struggle to manage to carry one inside, but there's still a lot more. This always reminds me of... That certainly isn't a sad memory. It was a fun, beautiful memory. I remember back about that day. I feel like even now, I could hear his singing voice. I smile and go to continue my work. A strong wind blows, and the sheets blocking my view ahead flutter. In that moment, I see a gap between floating white curtains. It has to be an illusion. Uh-huh. I begin to make out the illusion. As though it could fall over at any moment. With staggering steps, it begins to walk towards me. The white cloth, as though making way for him, flutters open widely once again. Hey. Before my eyes, he with white wings on his back stands quietly. Is this not an illusion? Then, why? How? Those questions due to my shock do not form into words. Yeah? He simply continues to stare at my face, with eyes that have lost their light. Several seconds pass. Tens of seconds pass. Then,
あなたは
he speaks. What I wanted to hear for so long. His clear, beautiful voice. But
あなたは誰ですか
that single line tells me the reality that I've been lost from his mind. However, I'm the owner of Enchante here, Kotoni Awaki. Feeling him simply standing here is more than enough. I say my name with a smile.
淡き琴音
When I said my name with a smile, he closes the distance more and stares intently at my face. Then, it really was slowly, gradually, his eyes
淡き
starting to defog a bit.
ああそうだ私はあなたに会わなければならないとずっとひたすらあなただけを探してなぜかはわからないけれど
The light returns.
どうして私はあなたを探して
That's because, deep in my chest, part of me begs to scream. But all I can do, unable to control my overflowing heated emotions. Most likely, you had the same feelings as me. Much like Eel, awkwardly, I can only answer in a somewhat childlike way. At my answer, Eel tilts his head in a puzzled way.
同じあなたと言葉を交わすたびに苦しくてでも手放したくないと思ってしまうこんな痛みを
Yeah, now I can finally answer your confession. Eel, I like you. I love you too. With a gentle tone of wind, my confession reaches him. Right after knowing that, his absent-minded eyes sway greatly.
今の私は何もかもがあやふやで自分のこともろくにわからないですがたった今一つだけこの感情に従い何をすべきなのかを
A deep kiss picture there. Nothing's gonna. Okay. We don't know what Miser's CG look like that. But Ignis's CG, my lord. He gently draws me in close. I don't resist, and our lips touch. It was different from the nervous kiss that night. As though confirming my existence, a kiss seeking all of me.
そうだこのぬくもりをあなたを
As Eel opens his heart, I see a light in his eyes. The tone of his voice all returns.
私はずっと求めていた
Took you long enough. As the letter he left before said, remaining in his body, a single shard of his soul does its best to gather up its scattered heart.
あなたじゃないと嫌だったんだあなたに抱いたこの感情の呼び名と告げるべき言葉を私は覚えていますことね私は愛してますあなたを愛しています
Me too. I do too. I love you. Filled with only this emotion, our lips touch once again. I want to make sure that this miracle of him having returned isn't just an illusion. The pulsing of his life. Almost as though biting into it. And then... his wings begin to mix with black. That's right. The angel who fell to despair before. Has this time fallen in love. Finn. Okay, I did get the good end. I'm trying to juke me out there, make me second guess myself. Ready for our glitch. Prologue 5. Wind brushes the infinite, colorless world like a breath. When he leaves, I'll be alone again. And if he returns, I am certain all I would have for him is apathy. Yes. That's right. This is unfair. Half and half. That was Hatano. It's so quiet. It was so quiet. I swear that was Wataru Hatano. Let's go watch it. Miser's Vow is now unlocked. We're almost there, guys. We've almost finished the game. Hold on. Let's go. Extras? Goodness. One, two. Event CG. No, where was the prologue? That's the recipe. It's music. And now it's music. No, maybe it's not through here. Oh my gosh, what are they called? Cafe latte with Yggdrasil nectar. Shaved ice, made in Bestia. In here? Yeah. No. I can't. Mine's just not unlocked because I haven't done it. Look at them all. So cute. I just want to see the different prologues. I can't scroll. Oh my gosh, they literally... Why is this one of all ones? They didn't program it in. I'm losing my mind here because all the other ones I can use... what's the word? All the other ones I can go through. Oh, losing my mind. Losing my mind. Let's watch it. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Whoa, look at that. Prologue description? I found it. Mitsuka. That's not creepy. Let's watch it. Let's watch it. Ah, shoot. I guess Wakanas? Sure. Sure, I just want to watch the prologue. I'm curious. I'm curious to see this again. The wind brushes the infinite, colors the world like a breath. When he leaves, I'll be alone again. And if he returns, I'm certain all I would have for him is apathy. Yes, that's right. This is unfair. He was saved. I should have been saved as well. That's why I continued to hope. And I kept reaching out. If I can't reach it now, I just need to reach out further. And little by little, the hand I've reached out with, it will at last reach her.
つけた。
It is him. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm more excited for Wataru Hatano than I am for Miser. I'm sorry. Okay, now we're going back to this stuff, so we should exit out because we're not doing Conus's route. Go back to main menu. Yes. Okay, well, that was Zeal's route. We finished it off. I felt a little apprehensive for a while, but it all worked out in the end, which is fine. Which is great. Which is super dandy. Let's see. It's after midnight now, and I'm getting kind of tired. It's been about 4 hours, y'all. It's almost 12:30. It's been 4 hours. You're right. Yes, indeed. Well, let's see if anybody is online. And with that, let's go here. Pause that. Let's see here. Give me just a second here. Of course, I had to wait through an ad to be able to see. Oh, we're going. No, don't play the opening. Don't play the opening. Don't play the opening, please. Please. Okay. We'll go ahead. We'll go ahead and raid my friend here, Arya. She's playing Somnium Files, so let's go ahead and get this queued up. Boom. But yeah, we'll get that set up here. And I guess that's it for tonight. Thank you all for coming out to hang out. I hope you guys enjoyed the I hope you enjoyed the stream tonight. It's nice getting through that. We have Miser's route left, and that's it. So we are almost near the end of Cafe Enchante. So again, thank you. Let's see, today's Saturday. I will have a schedule up by tomorrow. We'll see what we'll be doing next week. It's a little busy for me next week, so we shall see. I will do my best to get that up. Other than that, I will see you guys sometime next week. Oh, speaking of schedule, if you want to find the schedule, it is on my Twitter. It will be posted on my Twitter, which is linked in the panels below. It's going to stop while I speak. I'm a little busy right now, so please don't play that. You can find the schedule on my Twitter when it's posted tomorrow, which is linked in the panels below. So, if you want to follow me there, that would be super duper. Other than that, I will see you guys next week. I hope you guys have a good night, and I will see you again later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye-bye.